Hello, folks. Welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は275日、5日目です。Today is day 275. Well, this unit was a little bit interesting. We had quite a lot of grammar things, right? So unit 71. I think I kind of have an organization of the grammar. In terms of the vocabulary, it was relatively conservative vocabulary. Let's get to it. 始めましょう. Go right into it. I'm a little bit late. Lately got caught up in a discussion. It was a little bit late. Let's try to stay on task today. So unit 71. I think my not too long. So we have right. 一緒 like go around. 一緒 Atari. So I'm not entirely sure if this stands alone or there's a D. The way I'm gonna mark it like this. The way it's in Duo, it has a standalone Katari for place. It's about travel, so go around, place. We have Kai Guy. Kai Guy? Oh, Kai Guy. There's not Thai Guy. Kai Guy. Kai Guy. Gai Koku. Gai Koku. Gai Kokugo. I don't think there's like a lip, right? No. So adore. Ryokan. Why am I drawing a blank on this? Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Ryokan. When you're traveling. Traditional inn. And that, I think that's it for... There's also Peeps. Ainu. This is actually one of the few moments that I had knew the katakana for new. I knew as in the people. And then we had dandan. Dandan. Whoa. Please, pen. Oh. And still rusty. And the Akuma. So dandan. For more and more. And then something related to grammar point, but not really right now. This one was used as things as well. So koto. Koto can also mean thing. Is there specific cases katakana is used instead of hirakana? That's a good question. I mean, from what I understand, the nuances that I have encountered before was there is a thing about indigenous animals, fruits, and plants versus foreign animals, food and plants. So like it's not a hard fast rule, obviously. These are so we're talking about scripts now, right? And there are no as far as I know, the rules are fluid. However, because of like stylistic choices and stuff, I actually talked about this yesterday. When it comes like manga, if you're reading manga and the script suddenly like, oh, they decided, oh, this isn't in kanji, it's in katakana, or like, why did they write this in hiragana? There's always like a stylistic choices. However, there are some general rules that people have mentioned, which I didn't go out of my way to look for, but people have mentioned it, where like, say an animal is from a foreign place, like a bear or something, I don't know, they are more likely to be written in katakana than hiragana if it was typically written in kana. So there's that kind of case, and like plants and whatnot, or like fruits and vegetables. However, when it comes to katakana, most of it is like borrowed words are in katakana. That's one of like the general rules that people expect. If it's a borrowed word, it's in katakana. Other than that, there's no rhyme or reason from time to time, like say something is written in hiragana as opposed to kanji. My feelings are, if there's a really common word, sometimes it's probably you'll see it in hiragana, but it does feel like it's kind of a natural language thing. So like you get something like boshi, boshi for hat. It goes back and forth, and Duolingo kind of does that on its own too. I like to believe that the reason why they choose to write certain things in katakana as opposed to hiragana or kanji is it's to reflect the frequency that some things are in. So in terms of the difference between katakana and hiragana, I feel like the general rule is if it's a foreign word or a borrowed word of a different origin, it's written in katakana. And then hiragana is seldomly written, and that's usually in place of kanji a lot of times. And then the harder rule, the rule that is like hard fast, as in like it's more common, is hiragana is used nearly exclusively for grammar related construction. So suffixes, prefixes, adverbials, positions, time, those are things that are adverbial. So like they stay the same. They're usually they're usually in hiragana. I did see someone though, someone else, Valentine, when Valentine, when he's he or she, actually don't remember, when they are typing something, occasionally I saw a particle or a adverbial typed in katakana. So I think it might be a choice too. Like using like I've seen ka, for example, which is the hiragana ka and the katakana ka, right? And this it kind of threw me off a little, so I noticed that where that this ka can be optional. So I don't know if it's because of language learning or something like that, where in the middle of sentences, if there's a ka particle, I've seen it written in katakana or hiragana. So it's an interesting question of which there's no definite answer for. In manga, I have noticed that it's either or. Like sometimes the writer just wants to use hiragana. I'm not sure if there's a deeper meaning to it. And it's a really great question. It'd be fun to poll different people and like different Japanese, different kind of Japanese people and different professions, and then also poll people outside of Japan. Like, do you prefer this or that? Do you prefer to see? Usually, I'd like to say that the majority of language learners find that if they are going to write something, they would, if they had to choose between which form of kana, they would use hiragana. They would find that hiragana is more approachable than katakana. And for me, I think hiragana is more proficient. I'm more proficient at reading, like sight reading hiragana, not because, and I know how to explain why that is the case for me. Duolingo is my major source of learning. After section 3, unit 36, their priorities are on kanji. And because they are introducing kanji, most of the kanji's reads are written in hiragana. So I spend nearly 80 to 90% of my time seeing hiragana and kanji. And then whenever a katakana word comes up, it takes a while because I don't read it too often. And I don't know if that explains why a lot of other people, like a lot of language learners would prefer hiragana or katakana over katakana, but that seems like the general consensus for whatever reason. I can clearly explain why I cannot read katakana as efficiently. And also there's interference as well. When you read a katakana word, which is generally a borrowed word, right? That's the general rule. When I read it, it takes me a very, very long time to figure out what the word is. The reason for me personally is that Japanese words mean and sound entirely different when they're not katakana words. Katakana words have a different aura, combination of sounds together. So what I mean by that is the combination that you usually have sorted and ordered in katakana does not sound distinctively Japanese. So you have ryokan. What does ryokan sound like in English? Is there anything that sounds like ryokan in English? Road convention? Roadcon. So, and then when katakana comes around, you have like Honsato. There, I would be very inclined to find like Honsato. It remind me of a Japanese word. It sounds Japanese, but it doesn't elicit a word that I'm like, oh, Konsato. That could mean something in Japanese, which I can't think of one off the top of my head, right? Like pasokon. Pasokon is, you know, computer, right? Pasokon, I'm like, what is the closest Japanese word I can think of that pasokon could be mistaken for? And when I say pasokon, it sounds like I'm not speaking Japanese. Like what I mean is, it doesn't sound like the majority of Japanese things. Like this one, Taigai, no, Kaigai, Kaigai. It kind of reminds me of Shy Guy, maybe, or a Try Guy. So there are some similarities, but I think the toughest part about katakana is when you read it, I'm like trying to figure out what it even says. Largely because the characters themselves do not hold any meaning at the moment. And I kind of feel like you have to code swap while you're using katakana. And hiragana. I mean, hiragana is true too. It's been on my mind for a while. Thank you for the question, Bug. Yeah, I haven't been able to think about how I'm gonna address the katakana thing. Like if you wrote in hiragana, I would still be able to, like, for example, we could write this, right? So, oh my gosh. What the heck is new? Oh no. No. What the heck is new? Oh no. No, that's nah. Alright. I'm so rusty with my hiragana too. I was gonna write it out just to see if... Man, you don't use new very often, huh? Or I don't use new very often. Oh, that's why. So, my lord, this is gonna be... So, like, right, we have that. If it was written and it was shown, I think they're both about the same speed. Like, see, like I would say e, and then I would stop at new. I'm like, what is that? So e, new, right? So I knew. The thing about this word is I knew sounds Japanese. So when you have an hiragana, it will be read faster. That's e, and then I would see it as new. Writing is a different story. However, if I saw that, they would just be read as that, and that's okay. But then you have something like maybe even something super recognizable, like this, like banana, right? Banana. Would it be more recognizable if I wrote it this way? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. I would say banana, but then I would start thinking about it as not an English word or not a borrow word. Yeah. I think it's more of a conditioning thing. Like the top one, I would immediately think about the fruit, right? Banana. But on the bottom one, if I saw banana, I would think, huh, what could that mean? So what is the closest thing I have to ba-na-na, right? Largely because I would not think of this as a whole word. I think that's one of the biggest distinctions between katakana and hirakana. Whenever I see people write hirakana out, I start thinking of it as like suffixes, and particles, because whenever you are more likely to see hirakana as adverbial things and part of like grammar stuff. So my inclination is I'm more practicing seeing this as, oh, what does na mean as a particle? So it could be like negation, right? Nai. When I see a na, I'm thinking like, oh, maybe it's a na adjective, right? And then when I see ba, I don't have any bas, so maybe it's a variation of wa, as in ha and wa, that kind of thing. So most of the time, the hirakana that I'm used to reading a lot are dealing with particles and endings and whatnot. And I think that's kind of how you can generalize between when you see hirakana and katakana. And then everything else become really weak. So when someone stylistically choose to use katakana where there's hirakana, then it becomes really hard. Like, I am so under practice. Like, the moment someone now, I was pretty sure this was going to happen to me. In the beginning, like, Duolingo spends most of its time using only hirakana. So, like, anything that is remotely Japanese outside of katakana or foreign words, and they happen to be all English words, almost all of them, like 98% of them. There are a few German words but the English borrow words. And then now that I spent more time now reading kanji than I read hirakana. So every time I see a hirakana word, I no longer think of it as, oh, this could be a word now, right? So there, every so often, every day 3 in Duolingo, it used to be these personalized practices would go back to before they introduced kanji focus stuff. Now it's no longer true. So I spend most of the time having the same deficiencies, if you will, or lack of practice like everyone else, which the moment someone writes like I'm even having trouble writing or thinking about what this would be, right? So ryokan, right? Ryokan. At least I think that's how you write it. Ryokan. And Duolingo still retains, I would say, the way Duolingo goes about things, they still retain some of it. So it'll still take a little bit because they have a kanji section, and that kanji section forces you to match the read in hirakana to the kanji. I think after a certain amount of time, most people who move beyond SRS and they go into like immersion learning and whatnot, they will no longer see the hirakana. So a lot of times it would be, if they hear it, they know what the kanji is. And then when someone asks like, oh sorry, how do you read that? And it would take them a bit to type the hirakana because they're so used to, even for typing, you would immediately hit like enter or space, and you're like, okay, that's what the kanji looks like. Enter, space, enter. And rarely do you process anymore the need to do hirakana, which I'm falling into the same patterns, which because it's not very common to use. I tried pretty hard to keep the hiragana intact, but it's pretty clear that it's rusty now. And katakana is pretty rusty now because 90% of the time it's more like hearing purposes nowadays. Until I play video games. So we don't know until I start playing video games again. I think video games will change up the frequency because lots of video games are designed in a way that they need to use foreign words for like concepts of like magic and fantasy and whatnot, and I can probably end up seeing more katakana. I don't necessarily think you need to know. The nice thing about the difference is in hiragana and katakana, it's the sounds they make together that makes the word, right? Like the alphabet, which is convenient because if you get proficient again at sounding out katakana and hiragana, so you can look at any combination of sounds, and as long as you're getting used to really reading quickly the sounds of the hiragana and katakana, then you get the word, right? So you don't have to code swap or memorize or learn like kanji thing. So I would say over time it takes less time to become proficient or more practice again, reading katakana again, than kanji, which kanji changes the way you think. It's kind of cool because now it's like, well, this one character has like, right now, like this character itself could have an infinite number of uses, an indefinite use. However, the reads are like clustered to like 2 or 3 reads, and that's kind of nice. It's neat. It's a very neat feeling. I enjoy it quite a lot. Definitely code swapping. I think I've gotten much worse at spelling English words in response. Like sounding out words is less of a thing anymore. Alright, let's go over the grammar rules. This is all the vocabulary that we have in Unit 71. Grammar rules. So the grammar rules that I remember were... There's this thing with ku. So it was an adjective. Oh, there, Cozy. So we had an adjective. It might have been an E adjective, but we had a ku ending. It's only E adjectives. So we had an example where there was an E adjective. Ku, hence, and naru. Right? So that's one. I don't remember something. Oh, and then they introduced ichidan, past tense, past casual, or past, I guess, plain. And the example was mita. There were a few godans. There might have been one godan, but we haven't started collecting the different godan endings for past plane. So maybe that's what they're introducing moving forward in the units. I think we had one... No, I think this is the first time, actually. The last time was da, but da was used as the past tense, past plain tense, plane of des. So is to contrast with des. So that's the last time that has happened. So des and da. So we're getting there. We're getting to past plane, as opposed to relying on like mashita, right? Mashita. Or masen deshita. So this is the first instance. So that was a grammar point. There was also the Thai form. The Thai form and the negation of the Thai form into kunai. So like, so like, iku, ikunai. Ikitai ikunai. Yeah. How was my Thanksgiving? You weren't here yesterday because you had a doctor's appointment. My Thanksgiving? Oh yeah. It was pretty great. We went to I had a combination of a French and Chinese Thanksgiving lunch. So we had hot pot, right? Hot pot on the one side, and then this couple that we know, one side is French. So we had this thing that's kind of like there was a French cheese that they had. It tasted really quite nice. It was mellow, practically odorless actually. It was quite mellow, and you're supposed to like melt the cheese. So it comes in blocks, and you melt the cheese, and then you place it on different types of sliced ham meat. So one kind of reminded me of like a salami, but much more refined. And then what looked like prosciutto, possibly. And you like, and then over potatoes. So you like melt the cheese, place it over that stuff. It was really a quaint with like a glass of wine, white wine. It was a French wine. Obviously, I'm not going to pronounce any of those words because I have no idea what they are. And unfortunately, I can't identify the cheese either, since it had a French name. When the guy was pronouncing, that person is a French person, so they were French, and when they pronounce it, they do the code swap thing. So when they pronounce French names, it's very difficult to know or spell due to my complete lack of understanding of French phonetics using Roman characters. So it was a wonderful cheese. And nice. You ate lasagna and mashed potatoes because you don't really like turkey? Ah, yeah. We didn't have turkey either. Potatoes, mashed potatoes. That sounds delicious. Our lasagna and mashed potatoes. I don't imagine your family is more of an Italian family, or is that like a ye olde Americana thing? Because mashed potatoes scream to me like Americana, and then maybe like Americana lasagna. Or are we talking about like the full shebang, like fancy lasagna, maybe like a dessert, like a tiramisu? I had the son of this family friend. He is also French. They made he made a beautiful, wonderful French cheesecake, and the like a buttermilk scotch kind of thing with cream. It was absolutely delicious. They actually gave me a slice going home, so the following day I had it in the evening. It's delicious. It's kind of like it's made less sweet too. I don't know if that was their intent, but generally speaking, when it comes to like Asian palates, when you dial back the sweetness, it's very delightful. My palate is not really that accustomed to having incredibly sweet things anymore, but the cheesecake was delightful. Maku, you see how I said your name? Yeah, I did. I did. I read it. You had the traditional Thanksgiving, but they just made lasagna for you. Oh, okay. I see. So mashed potatoes and lasagna. No turkey, huh? Is it like a very specific turkey? Have you had like different types of turkey before? My family have had turkeys before. I think for the most part my family's more like mid on turkeys. So we skip the turkey, we go to other forms of protein. Usually hot pot includes things like beef, lamb, and pork a lot of times. Occasionally there's a side of duck meat. And then the rest is the most dominant form of protein is probably like soybean products and mushrooms. Fish, a lot of fish balls and whatnot. Lots of fish meat. It far exceeds that. Hello there, Ernut. Hello, welcome back. I recognize that Crest avatar. Profile pic. Alright, so yeah, thanks for asking, Bug. I forgot to ask about your Thanksgiving. American Thanksgiving, of course. Sorry for the Canadians out there. They do their Thanksgiving, I believe, in October. So, and then I imagine other places have their own holiday for Thanksgiving, like the giving of thanks. You're on the last chapter of Spanish Bushu? Man, what are you gonna do after that? Cozy, the last chapter. Way to get to the finish line. Alright. Let me try to gather my thoughts. So, I did look this up. I did homework yesterday. So, the verb... There was one example in this unit where they used a ri as a suffix for a verb. And then they compound it to multiple, right? They multiplied it, right? And this is a way to mark being able to do more than one thing. So more than one action. More than one action. Which I'll have to remember that for the future. That's another way. And I'm guessing that's why they also included using te and de, right, respectfully, for conjunctions dealing with multiple stuff. Usually we did adjectives, so like adjectives and non-adjectives for conjunction. And then te and de, I think it's this would also work for verbs, but I have to double check for verbs. Like which one goes with which and whatnot. That was, I think that's, and then we had even more quote unquote clause conjunctions, and that's ga for but. That type of but, the 3 butts, 3 T's, big butts. So ga. So this unit focused a lot on like joining things together, which is great. You watched a Spanish movie last night or night before, but I could understand what they were saying better than the subtitles? Nice. When I was looking at sub, it was putting you off. That can happen. That's understandable. If you watched in my playthrough of Like a Dragon series and Judgment, whenever like Chinese phrases came up, I find myself doing that a lot. Like not that I can't read, right? I wasn't able to read Chinese at the time. However, what they say I understand, right? And oftentimes I make commentary on it. Like, oh, okay. That's an interesting. I would read the subtitles, like the English subtitles while listening to them. So it's the reverse direction where like when I read the English subtitles, I would pause and I'm like, "Oh, okay, that's one way to think about it." That that sounds about right. Like for example, whenever I listen to Chinese, that shows up in an English movie. Like for example, if like Donnie Yen shows up or like Jackie Chan shows up or something in an English movie, occasionally you'll have scenes where they would speak Mandarin. And obviously there will be subtitles, like English subtitles. And when they show the subtitles, I'm like, yeah, you know what? That's actually pretty all right. However, what you're doing is the other way around, which when you're saying when you're looking at the sub, in my opinion, when you're looking at the sub, it was putting you off, is that you are inclined to believe there's only one way to interpret it, in my opinion, personally. I actually find the English subtitles incredibly refreshing when it comes to Mandarin because it gives me an idea of how you could interpret it differently if you were to speak Mandarin to a person who's language learning. So, for example, if someone told me like "ni hao," right? "Ni hao," my thought is I can learn a lot from understanding the subtitles of a movie because it would give me an extra layer of understanding of how a lot of people may interpret it, as opposed to thinking like, well, that's not what it means. So it's kind of like Duolingo, I would say, like other things. If someone like if a Japanese person spoke to me in English, I like to learn Japanese in order to understand how they're getting to the English counterpart. So when they're saying like hello, I would like to read the Japanese subtitle and see what it is, if you know what I mean. So like I can't wait for the future where when I watch a movie in English, I can read Japanese subtitles and then watch an English movie watch a Japanese movie with English subtitles and understand the nuances between the two. Like you might be saying, well, don't everyone watch anime and stuff with English subtitles already? Yes, but they passively watch it. I don't think I've ever watched subtitles thinking that it's only a mechanical thing. I tend to focus on how the English is written for the scene as opposed to, oh, this is exactly what I think. So oftentimes I play video games with the subtitles on. I actually watch English movies with English subtitles if they're provided. Because writing form is still a different dimension of spoken form. So that's kind of how I feel about what you're saying there. At least that's what elicits my thoughts. You're just language learning because you're bored. Oh, that's interesting. Sounds of metal, I think. What? I can't decide. I start learning a language, then get bored and swap to another. And get subs eventually. Curious too. I like German, but kind of want to learn a language that doesn't use a Roman alphabet. Yeah, so Cozy, I feel like not that I'm trying to convince you. If it's like off-putting, it's off-putting, right, Cozy? I like the idea that if you can find what's off-putting about it and then be able to like describe it, I think that's pretty an interesting task that would make it more interesting. Like what is it that makes it off-putting? that thing creates a memory trick for me. Like I remember I remember phrases a lot more where I'm like, I find that kind of disagreeable. Like all the prompts I got wrong in the Duolingo when I'm like casually, I'm not really upset, but you know, I would like say I formally protest the way Duolingo has translated this phrase. Usually most of the time understanding why it's protesting, it actually makes it very salient as a memory, in my opinion. Just thought I'd mention that. I think the thing that you're experiencing with being put off by subtitles, especially cross-language barriers, is a fairly relatable experience. Although I personally cannot relate to that most of the time. I actually find it very intriguing, especially when they're way off the mark. If they're way off the mark, it makes it even more interesting how they got to that mark in the first place. Like, for example, it's interesting to get from A to B, right, which eventually lead to C, but sometimes when A leaps to C over B, I'm like, oh, now I gotta know how they filled in the blanks. I mean, that's like talking to people on the internet most of the time, right? What I just described is a leap of logic. Usually it's a leap of logic. Like, oh yeah, everyone reads manga, so therefore everyone's into Japanese culture. Sorry, that's it's kind of like, you know, correlation is not causation thing. There's a big leap. There's a big leap in logic. And exploring that leap in logic is probably my one of the fundamental pastimes that I enjoy. But many languages put you off actually learning a language. Keep German as #1 pick and have the non-Roman alpha as you are on the side language. Yeah, here's a thing I would say bug bite. I know this might be a little bit negative. This might come out as a little negative, and I don't know you well enough. However, when you're bored, right? And then you do things and then get bored again. What this looks like is it's doing this, right? Now, the reason why I'm using this visual representation is I want to emphasize that I hope you get lucky and you find something in which it becomes a different type of board. It becomes a complacent board that leads to exploration. Now, what I mean by this is the way you described your relationship with language right now is that you're doing something because you're bored, right? And that thing isn't providing enough to return to the original state. What happens over time then is that without input of effort to find out why you keep going back to the same state, your boredom is going to get more rapid. So in order to move out is, yes, change the boredom as curiosity, attempt, and it requires an input of effort to make that boredom into exploration, as in like it becomes a natural curiosity. And that takes time, little by little. So if you're getting bored more and more rapidly, as in you're accepting the idea that it becomes normal to get bored over time, actually that increases in rate. So the next time it's going to be shorter. and then shorter and shorter. Curiosity makes something slightly longer and longer. So even if you quote unquote get bored again, right? If you do exploration and get bored again, the natural tendency the next time is that you will increase in retention because you decided to learn other techniques to increase curiosity and investment and sentimentalism. Often it starts at curiosity. The reason why I'm saying this is that when you repeat a habit, it increases the proficiency. It increases the speed of it happening again. So if you're constantly reinforcing, if you learn something and it's reinforcing a habit, that habit will get faster because you're practicing it, right? So naturally, when you jump from language to language and have not found more and more curiosity, by luck, sometimes, usually that works. Like you explore different things, like you try many different things and you hope that luck gives you more curiosity over time because of the inherent nature of the thing you're doing. Or alternatively, placing an active effort into asking yourself why you're bored and how would you pick the next one to be less bored. That's being curious about your exploration. So you're breaking out of a cycle, in my opinion. Then you're slowly breaking out of a cycle that will progressively get you less and less bored quickly. You can go through many things, but in my opinion, one will progressively get longer and longer on any one thing. And over time, you might be able to find something that will last you for like a couple months, then a year, then 2 years. And then those things will last long enough in order to combine them. So like you can then have overlaps. You could be ending up being interested in movies with video games because they last for a year each. Right now, it seems like you're doing it in serial. So you test one thing out, you drop that one thing for 2, then you drop the one thing for 3, as opposed to you're doing 1 and then you picked up 2 and then you picked up 3 and then eventually 1 gets dropped, but then you're still doing 2 and 3. So what happens over time is then you have 2 activities that blend together and then 3 activities that blend together, and eventually you'll have a thing of your own. So like language learning with video games while watching anime are 3 different tasks, but now they're one task. So they reinforce each other. When you have more than one thing, it makes all the things stronger, right? Unfortunately, bouncing from one to the next one to the next one is as though the things that you have done previously no longer matters to the current thing. So that implies that there wasn't a lot of learning experience happening. There isn't like, so your first language, hopefully the one that you chose, will impact hopefully the next language you're looking at. Then you carry those 2 experiences and it'll impact, right? This experience will carry to the second experience. And then both of these will carry to the third experience. So then you're building up learning experiences. And that often comes from exploration and curiosity, right? Dropping all the stuff as you're moving from point to point, it will feel like you're treading in place, which is this cycle here. It'll tread in place. So like, okay, that's not good enough. Let's move on. And then the rest will fall by the wayside. And the treading in place can make someone feel like they're drifting through life. As in, oh, you know, I'm doing this. All right, well, I'm bored of this. And then you move on to the next thing. And the last thing you did no longer is significant anymore. It doesn't feel like it's important anymore. And then fast forward maybe like 6 months down the road, 1 month down the road, you might not even reflect on what you did in the year anymore. And it feels like drifting. You're drifting constantly as time. So probably a little bit more. I know I said a lot of things. So one thing I would say is if we had to simplify or go to the first immediate step, trying to find out what is it that makes you bored about something, and then asking yourself, if you knew this, the next time you're bored, what are you going to pick? You're hopefully going to pick something that will make you less bored for a longer period of time. And after a month, 2 months, maybe a year, that next thing will be the thing that defines you for a year, 2 years, 3 years. And then, like, at least in a healthy way, you'll find something that lasts you for a lifetime, right? Something that is long enough that will keep you passionate and interest until your old age. And that's, in my opinion, a way to fight boredom. It's one way. It's one of many different ways to fight boredom, where you're going to build this thing where no matter what you do, if you're bored, you do this one thing and it provides so much. So hopefully you find that. I feel like what you're saying is not something unrelatable. It's actually a very, very common symptom, I would say, of the internet age, especially those who are very used to short, attentive interest, which is reinforced by a lot of internet tendencies, like the idea of doom scrolling. Very short bursts of interest and disinterest, interest and disinterest. And it also sounds like a very young problem. So hopefully you find a solution to prolong your lack of interest. I think I don't want to, again, this sounds a little bit negative and I don't want it to be negative. I'll start with a negative, then end with a positive, a more positive, proactive spin. Boredom can really make life very dull, right? And I don't have to, we're not going to go into how deep this goes, but that's a very short step from having chronic depression, right? In a proactive way, be interested, right? Hopefully try to be interested in what you're doing and find other people that maybe could get you interested. You know, have a friend, someone to talk to. Like, curbing boredom is very essential, in my opinion, for a healthy lifestyle. So be proactive about it, right? Hopefully you find something very interesting to you. And of course, life also gets very lucky, right? There's always luck involved. So finding occasionally exploration or shooting the gun will lead you to something very passionate. Hopefully you find that, at least in my opinion. It's a little bit concerning how you're describing your language learning activities. Is there a place you would like to go or culture you want? No, those are good questions, Cozy or Bug. You've always been really interested in India's culture. Huh. Just tune in, doing Japanese and Chinese. Ooh. On reply to help supplement on Preply? Oh, is that a service? Preply to help supplement the Duolingo. You have a problem with forgetting the writing sometimes? Oh. It is Preply. I'm not familiar with that. Oh, interesting. Preply is an online language learning marketplace that connects learners and 2012, huh? Intriguing. How does Preply compare with italki? Have you used italki before? Oh, it's a Ukrainian tutoring service. Oh, that's interesting. I see. I'll keep that in mind. I think I've met a few Ukrainian before. Yeah, I tend to default to italki. I'm kind of curious how this compares. I'll leave a tab up. I'll explore this. I haven't used any of these services yet. One tutor you took a trial lesson with said connect with them on italki. Ah, okay. Yeah. So interesting. I didn't realize there was another like bigger service of sorts. So Preply, huh? How's that working out for you? And you're saying you're doing Japanese and Chinese? How's that? Italki has those package discounts, big benefits, but Preply has subscription based, so you can secure. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's good. That's a different approach. More options. Like what I mean is knowing that Preply has a different type of monetization. That's pretty awesome. That gives more options. Now I can maybe suggest checking out Preply and compare Preply and italki and see how it fits to people. I've been collecting a lot of people's shared experiences on how they connect with other language learners and other tutors and whatnot, and italki comes up a lot comparatively, like relatively speaking. 我今天学习了新的同 I don't have that character. 同 something 同. What is the next to last character? I don't know that one yet. Today you studied 两 adjective. Writing. Oh. I see. Yeah, you learn to write. Yeah, you learn to write new today you studied new something to write. You learn to write 新的同 is 同 oh it's 词 oh it is 词 okay, that's for word. I see. I would have used 字 so I'm used to seeing 字 this one instead. I mean 集 or 词. Wait, which one did I use? I think it might be this one. It's either this one or this one. I think it's this one. Or like characters. But that's I typically just use the language. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, I see. 汉字, yeah. The 字 in 汉字. Yep. So you're practicing writing. How are you practicing writing? And then that one's young. Huh. Bollywood. Bug bite. Bollywood. I was talking about the other day with, yeah, Bollywood. Bollywood's fantastic. 2 pages at a time. I still forget or get parts mixed up. I see. What do you actually write when you write the pages? Yeah, right now I'm like south of 1500 Hanzi, so it's quite limited. Maybe I don't even think I crossed 1500 Hanzi yet. And then we're doing Japanese right now. So Japanese, I don't think I crossed 1,000. We have not crossed 1,000. Yeah, the nice thing about having Hanzi is like if I didn't understand what you've written, right, Ben? I got the idea of what you've written. So that's kind of like the nice thing. I have family and friends who speak and understand, like, write Mandarin and whatnot. Um, and when you talk to them, it's like oftentimes if you get the point and you speak the point, most of the time it sorts itself out. So it's kind of nice at the same time, and it's lovely that you're able to string together characters so that even I can understand it, right? Because I am not very proficient either. So that's pretty neat. You tried Chinese and Japanese a year ago and couldn't remember after writing, so took a break and then started actually remembering, then started on Preply again. Is this like some different approach that you're taking from your last time you're learning? Like how you approached Chinese and Japanese a year ago? We were just talking about a very few moments ago about like attempting to do something and then like taking a break from it and hopefully like carrying whatever learning lesson you have into your future so that you can do it even longer, right? And this would be a great example as well. So how I imagine your approach has changed from your year ago after a break, huh? I haven't taken a break from this yet. This is still the first time doing this. I don't think I will end up ever taking a break from anything, any of this, unless something more interesting comes along. Usually we go pretty solid. The approach to learning, or my approach, ends up changing maybe once a month. Well, what I mean by that is something gets add on, something gets slightly modified every month. So I keep my language, my methods and approach a little bit refreshing, as opposed to like settling on one thing. Yeah, I understand that it might look like I'm always using Duolingo, but most of the time I'm doing something on top of Duolingo, right? So I'm glad to hear that something is working for you and you're actually remembering stuff. That's great. Always definitely feel free to share whatever you're learning right now. Talking about it and using it is fantastic. I have this other person that shows up whenever they can, and they use whatever Japanese they feel like using at the time when they're learning. I think our proficiencies are kind of similar. I feel like they know more than I do, for sure. And they would use these things, and it would give me an opportunity to like talk about it and be curious about it. And I think that goes a long way as an extra thing, as a practice thing. And then you can, continue to have your tutors and stuff for your learning process, right? Your Duolingos, your SRSs, and for the learning process. I think the learning process is incredibly, like, the learning portion can be incredibly exhausting and can cause people to feel very unrewarded by their long investments. However, having a time to practice and use what you learn is a great way to form bonds and sentimentalisms with other people in the meantime. And it shouldn't be effortful. Like, what I mean is it shouldn't be exhausting, because these are things you already know and should be confident about. No, don't have to do as many memory wipes. I can tell my phone Chinese. The US wiretap services, and it happens in 3 weeks. What? I don't understand that. Comment? That sounds a little bit suspiciously propagandistic, but alright. 我叫 Unfortunately, I don't know those characters. Oh, except for R. So something R. What character is that? Apparently is wrong. Wrong R. Okay. I'll call you wrong R, huh? Honor son. Did you... It's a joke. I see. Alright. The wiretap thing? And the wrong R is a real thing. That's what you want to be referred to. I'll try to remember that. It might be a little tough since oh, that's the joke. All right. Oh, there, SD. I don't get the joke, unfortunately. I'm not too much of a funny guy. I did tell your computer phone Chinese hacked the US wiretap service, and it happened. Oh, okay. I'm not sure where we're going with this. The joke is that Rongri is my Chinese general name. Okay. I really don't follow any of this. I'll take it as a general Rongri unit. Oh, okay. I really don't understand any of that. Sorry. I'm not following. we might want to change the subject. How is the language learning going? It's going alright. Would be better if I didn't procrastinate, Kappa. We are kind of procrastinating. Gonna take a shower. There's still clumps of Vaseline in your hair. Okay. Alright. Yeah, let's go on our unit 70 recap. I think we're good. We have to collect all these later. I think there might be +1 vocabulary word. Might be +1 to 2. And then I think there's 1 to 2 grammar points that I might have missed in this unit. Alright, so hello there, Valentine. Speaking of the person. It wouldn't be a stream without a digression. I know, right? And it wouldn't be a stream without me missing the joke. And also, I know you did mention like how you called me. Was there a joke there, or I just read it and I'm like, okay. Because you said Muka, right? You said Muka, and then yesterday you said boob, or maybe the day before you said boob. So you've been like switching up how you're addressing me, and I don't know if that's the joke. I'm like, okay. We'll just go with it, We're just feeling it now. How are you doing, Valentine? Unit 70. What was Unit 70? Uh-oh. It's not interest. Oh, it's health. Okay. My name flipped between the U and the A, and then the M and the K stay the same. Good. I just narrowly missed the blizzard coming home from the city today. Oh. I agreed to go to a fundraiser a while back, and it was today of all days. Well, I'm glad you didn't get caught in inclement weather. A blizzard. It is really cold right now, though. Today during my run, like maybe an hour and a half ago, registered 27 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Yeah. Man, -3, or it's not -3, it's like -2.7 degrees Celsius. The run was brisk. It was a brisk run. Put on a hoodie, did some jumping jacks, warm up the body, got out, and then did the half mile and called it a day. Very brisk. It's like a cold snap right now. Very happy to contribute though. It was a tattoo fundraiser. Interesting. For a local animal shelter. Lots of people showed up, which was cool. 100% of proceeds go to the shelter. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, when you start moving, it's much better. But 27 degrees when not running, not good. No, yeah, don't, yeah. I don't mind it. I don't mind it being really cold when you're like pumped up and stuff, for sure. I would say the coldest that I have been in the run the last 3 years. Oh, has it almost been 3? No, 2 years. 2 years. It's almost been 2 years of straight running. I think the coldest was like 5 degrees Fahrenheit. So what is that? -15 degrees Celsius. I think the lowest I've gone is that, and the time that was, it was a 30-minute run. My face was baked, and what I mean by baked, I don't mean in a hot way. It's like eventually your cheeks and your ears, you start losing a feeling in your cheeks and your ears, especially like the front side and the lobes of your ears after a while. So I try not to be out too much when your body can't equalize with the outside. Maku-san wa domono daisuki desu ka? Domono. Undo? Are we talking about undo? Oh, like exercise? Oh, dobutsu. Oh, that's dobutsu. Oh yeah, you're right. That's right. That's animals. My bad. You're right. Animals? Do I like it? Dobutsu. Sorry. No, that's correct. I read the wrong read on mono. Dobutsu. So dobutsu. Dobutsu wa I think so. Yes. Lesser panda. Lesser panda panda daisuki desu. Or lesser panda wa ga suki desu. Red pandas. Red pandas are great. I don't mind animals actually. I quite like watching animals. That includes like reptiles and and it extends to like other things like bugs. I know how that sounds, but I don't mind like spiders and whatnot as well. And I know a lot of times people are thinking insects, they're not animals. I'm a scientist as a background, so most multicellular organisms are animals, like they're biological things. So I don't mind spiders and whatnot. Maybe a very unpopular opinion. What kind of scientist? I was a molecular biologist. I was, emphasis on was. I'm not sure if you ever can take the molecular biologist out of someone, but professionally I'm not one anymore. Going to book a weekend and also watch movies and find Spanish speakers to chat to every day. Oh, life after Bushu. Amazing. Once a molecular biologist, always molecular biologist. Yeah, I speak like one, I suppose, you know. How do you take the science out of a science, out of a... Here's my deep cut. All right, and no more digressing after this, right? Here's a deep cut. A scientist is a thinker, right? By happenstance. I like to think that most people are born thinkers. No, don't even at me, folks. I know how it feels. I know how it feels being on the internet and all that, but we're human, and I like to think that you can't remove the thinker out of human beings, all right? And that ultimately means how I equivocate being a scientist versus, well, being a human being who's naturally curious and inquisitive, right? Obviously, varying levels of inquisitiveness for people, but generally speaking, once motivated, curiosity takes its course, right? Don't stop thinking, folks. or at least thinking about enriching your own life, right? Life is not only a challenge, but it's an opportunity, right? Opportunity for exploration. Okay. All right, unit 70. Oh yeah, I determined the theme. Now let's okay. I'm gonna tell you now, the way I get to Atama, like Atama for the character Atama, is Tofu. Tofu. When I think about the head, I think about tofu. How's that for a mnemonic? My hand is already so cold. I'm not writing. Ami. Wait. That's the wrong direction. Wait. Yes. Wait. I'm having a brain fart. Yes. I'm having a brain fart. Which way did it face? I'm pretty sure it faced left. Oh no. Maybe it faced right. It kind of looks right. Okay. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. We're good. So, Kami. Kao. Kao. Where are we going? Face. Eyes. Meh. Megane. Full thought fumble, yes. I'm like, wait a minute. Was it left? Was it right? Oh no, now I'm questioning everything. Where are we going? So we got eyes, right? Meh. Hana. Hana. Oh my goodness. My hand is jiggling like a monster. Oh, Hana. Mimi. Kuchi. Kuchi. Ah? Migaku. 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 Okay. Karada. I told myself that I would get on the ball today. I've been being like I have been an hour later and later each day. I need to get an hour earlier each day. I'm actually running in the dark now. like usually I actually see the sun for like 30 minutes a day, and now I can't even get up before the sun. Although I feel rested, it'd be lovely to see the sun. So let's stay on task. Sorry, I'm digressing already by myself. Karada. Karada. Senaka. Senaka. Ashi. We're gonna have to cut some corners today. It's perfectly all right. I don't want to give people. I'm thinking out loud. All right. Please do not feel discouraged to distract me. It's what the streaming like that. This is what keeps me going. Right. I enjoyed the sharing experience thing. It's what keeps it from not getting boring. Right. I'll cut corners where I need to cut corners. Oh, there, F-Eyes. Yeah, long time no see. Hey, how was your vacation? Are you on vacation yet? Did you get some days off? It's kind of like the holiday season-ish around the world. So, hopefully your school stuff is going well. I'm using Sub-Zero as a reference. You still have college, but I imagine you have breaks here and there, right? I'm using Sub-Zero as a reference because, you know, he goes to uni in Norway, so I'm using him as a reference. Not that I'm trying to be pretentious, but I imagine breaks are coming, right? Maybe like study week. You had like a 1 week break a while ago. Okay. All right. I'm glad to hear that you're still doing Chinese. We'll have to talk about it when you enter your break time, right? I'm looking forward every time. Like, I'm counting the days. No pressure or anything. I'm counting the days when winter break comes up, not because it's winter break for me, but is when all the kids, like all the kiddos, maybe in high school, not so much, like because it's a shorter break, but the university peeps, like all the different university peeps that I've encountered over these over the year, over 2024, they might come back and tell me what they did, you know, like because the whole semester's gone by. And I'm also looking forward to the summer when all the university kids are finished, because I want to hear about how their school year went. I absolutely love doing that. I actually, during my university time and college time, I actually stay at the university. I continue to work, and also when I was a student, I stayed at the university. So most of the time, I meet with other people, and we just have a time sharing what we're learning and stuff. It's to keep people going, obviously. I quite like hearing about what other people are interested in. It's nice to be surrounded by people who are constantly curious. It's palpable, right? It's contagious. Hello there, Blair. Evening, Blair. Congrats. You're 36 units away from realizing how much Wanikani does for you, Blair. Like, I'm genuinely waiting. No pressure on speeding through this, but when you get to section 3, unit 36, I would love to hear how that transition happens, because since you're using Wanikani at the same time, section 3, unit 36 is when everything just resets and it goes back to like non-grammar dependent things, and all of it is like kanji, just replacing as many words as possible with kanji. But you probably have a substantial amount of that already in Wanikani. So you'll have like like 30 units of basically refreshers, which I look forward to hearing how your experience varies. It's not every day that I hear someone who's going through the Duolingo course consistently while also using a different SRS, building up. Most of the time that overlap causes the person to drop one or the other. Yeah, you've noticed it's giving you some of the base kanji and really going hard on the grammar. Yeah, and then it's gonna reset, and then none of the grammar. I finally got, so I can finally tell you where the grammar is setting back in. It's around it's around section 3, unit 68ish. Now there's like very little vocabulary. Like, this was today's vocabulary, so unit 71 was yesterday's. It's like 6 vocabulary words, that's it. And then there's like 8 to 10 grammar points exposure, just grammar point exposure. They're not like, you know, they're not like writing a guidebook or anything on that. There's different, at least 8 different things that I haven't seen yet, all in one unit. So it's gonna it's gonna go from 36 all the way down to 68-ish. So you're gonna have like basically 30 plus units of review. Yeah, it's a long section. Section 3 is very long, and section 4 is possibly even longer, and all the units are not even created equal, right? It's a clear shift. And this unit, I almost feel like I need to slow down now, because I didn't get enough exposure to the grammar points, but there aren't enough examples. I'm trusting in the process, right, that they're going to continue to reinforce this, but there are a lot of things. Compared to previous, this one's huge. Oh yeah, the beginning of section 3 is kind of big too. They shift over to the bigger unit. It'll feel smaller. So, once you get to 36, they shrink it back down. So, and I love to see how much of your Wanikani, I think you're gonna blitz through it. Or like, what I mean is, you know, pace yourself. But I truly feel like you're gonna feel like at home the moment you hit 36, because if you've been keeping up with Wanikani this whole time, right? I think you probably know the first 300 to 400 kanji at this point that they're going to introduce. And it's all the same things. Like, what I mean is, if you go back to section 1 and do all those units, now just pretend they decided to introduce all the kanji as opposed to giving you kana in the first time. That's what it's going to feel like the moment you hit that unit. It was very refreshing. Now, now it's all grammar all day, and I'm kind of be like, it's okay. It's fun because you're trying to solve a puzzle now. Um, you're like, okay, so this is an example of, okay. I mean, you were here yesterday, so you noticed, like, you just sit there and like, okay, well, all right, I guess I see that. And it's like, man, I need more examples, but we'll just save it. We'll say that this is what it's supposed to do right now. And I kind of like it. It's kind of like playing a video game where, like, you get a boss fight, right? And when you beat the boss, you're like, maybe the boss mechanic will come back later, or it doesn't come back at all, and then you have to play the game again. That's kind of how it feels right now. It's like, will this grammar point come back? Will this grammar point come back? Like, I don't know. You're hoping for a Duolingo Japanese course. Their courses are so organized. Oh, I see. Yeah. Um here's my sense. Here's my 2 cents on organization. Um I love it when things are organized. It alleviates time and strategies. So, like, if a course is incredibly organized, it means you don't have to do the organization, right? And that frees up a lot of effort, a lot of, like, things you can do. For myself, um, if the course is disorganized, I organize it. So I get a chance to practice my organization skills. Um, I wouldn't say this is great if you're doing it for a living, like if you have time and deadlines. But I like language learning, so regardless of what challenges tackles me, I enjoy dismantling it. Like, okay, Duolingo doesn't do X, Y, and Z. It's like, well, guess I'm going to do it. What's a clever way of doing it? Well, this is my clever way of organizing. Or it's not that clever, but this is how I'm organizing the disorganization in the units. And then we build upon that. So if I get a organized course, then that means I get to focus on other things. Since I don't have to organize it, I don't have to practice that skill. However, I do think that taking something very unorganized and then challenging yourself to organize the information goes a long way to remembering things too. So making do, like, I'm not saying that I have to use Duolingo. I'm using Duolingo out of curiosity. Yes, curiosity. In fact, a lot of times learning material, when someone says a learning material doesn't work and then millions of people still use it, that piques my interest, which that's the impression I got before I chose Duolingo. And some people say, oh, you must thrive on a personal challenge or something. It's like, no, sort of. I think getting yourself to do things the way you're uncomfortable with, if you have the free time, and making it exciting and fun, makes problem solving trivial. Like, I like solving people's problems. I like solving my own problems. In fact, I was late by an hour or two today because I was talking about someone who has a friend who has problems with their PC things. So I kind of got carried away with 2 hours of hypothetical discussions. I genuinely enjoy talking about people, like the things that people encounter and want to resolve or improve. Like, self-improvement can be seen as a problem, right? Although I try not to encourage people to think of it that way. I think of self-improvement as extra. I like to believe that most people are healthy with the way they're doing it, and self-improvement is icing. So yeah, organization is great. It frees you up to do other things. I am not using Duolingo for the sole purpose of learning a language. I think that is a thing to be worth mentioning, because I don't want to give the people the impression that I do things solely for the purpose of what the tool is intended to do. Otherwise, I would be able to do it myself and alone and not sharing. Like, streaming Duolingo is not the same as using Duolingo to learn a language. I think that's a big, in my opinion, a presumption that a lot of people make about me. I'm not speaking for other streamers, but generally speaking, if you're using SRS to learn a language, use it without streaming it, because that would be a distraction. If you know what I mean. So that's why I welcome people to distract me. There's no reason not to, in my opinion, because I'm streaming it. I could prevent and circumvent all the distractions by not streaming it. What impression has the space repetition, the SRS stuff implemented in Duolingo left on me? It's so the way they go about it, it is definitely classic. I'm gonna say classic 90s pre-adolescent form of approach. It's a tried and true SRS. It's an SRS that is a one-size-fits-all model that has no dynamic adaptation. So very custom, very static, custom-built, static, one-size-fits-all model that has been tried and true in formal education, that while trying to integrate gamification into the tried and true model. And the downside to that is, well, the people who are learning, a large majority of the target audience, we're talking about the free version Duolingo, like the super features or the max features, those are excluded from what I'm saying. However, the super features might do a little bit to implement dynamic SRS, or the appearance of dynamic SRS, and then max has a different thing entirely to address dynamics. This is a complete static version, so it's a curriculum based. It's absolutely tried true, one size fits all, old school principles, curriculum based system. So when I say SRS, it's very loose. It's a very loose approximation of Duolingo. It's a static SRS. So the modern use of the word SRS often deals with some sort of algorithm-based dynamic adaptation. Duolingo does not do that. So it's like reading a textbook, actually. So a textbook, but with the inclination of other things to keep you motivated. So let's say, like, if you're reading through a textbook and every time you get to like the end of a chapter, there's like a green owl there saying, "Good job, keep up the streak." That's kind of how it feels. So if you're someone in school and say you absolutely love reading textbooks and you don't even need motivational things, you probably find Duolingo off-putting. You might be thinking, well, wouldn't you find it not off-putting? Well, it's because if you don't need motivation, all the stuff that Duolingo is introducing to language learning, the stuff that they're investing a lot of R&D into, like their resources to keep the person engaged, all of that is moot. It's moot point. It's a diminished return. So if you're super motivated, the space repetition part of Duolingo is underbaked. But what I mean by underbaked is it would feel underbaked to someone who's expecting a dynamic SRS system, like an algorithm-based dynamic SRS system. It's not. It's going to high school. It's going to middle school. It's going from elementary to high school. It's a curriculum base. Rarely does it ever change. It's static in all of its ways, and it's space repetition based on consistency. So if you do a unit every single week, it produces the space repetition with absolute no dynamic changes. So if you're struggling one day, it's not going to adjust that. If you're doing well one week, it's not going to adjust that. It's not going to randomly speed up because you're doing well. It's not going to randomly slow down because you're doing awful, right? In a teacher environment, at least in the school, there's also the teacher, which is helping to dynamically normalize that kind of thing. And there's no and that's kind of the thing. It's unapologetically that. So that's the impression I get, and it's not for everyone. The things that is failed to appreciate about Duolingo is if you're not consistent in the first place and you don't show up to the classroom, Duolingo invests the vast majority of its resources on that. So what's funny about the phrase space repetition is that someone has to leave and come back, leave and come back consistently, right? It's in the word spaced, and there's repetition. Now, there's a part of the equation, in my opinion, that is not emphasized for a lot of people. You yourself, the attendance, is spaced repetitious. So yes, spaced repetition is great for the content. The content itself can be spaced out, in a repetitious way for exposure. Do you show up in a space repetitious way? That to me is how I would describe Duolingo's strength. It's getting the person to be repetitious, not the content itself. Now, if you don't lack any motivation, you have all the motivation in the world, 9 out of 10 times you're going to dislike Duolingo because you don't need any of that. You don't need the streaks. You don't need the memes. You don't need like constant feedbacks, like constant leaderboards and quest things and animations in front of you, cute animations. You want plain text. You want to go fast, right? And you want the algorithm to adjust to you dynamically. If you're going super fast one day, it will speed up. If you want to go super slow, it'll slow down. None of that. With a minor, really low effort, intentionally low effort to make that a thing. It's consistent curriculum. So that's how I've been trying to recommend Duolingo based on that. So I have to ascertain if someone's asking, oh, do you think would you recommend Duolingo? I would, to them, would I recommend Duolingo to them? I would ask them, so what is your schedule like? What is your routine now? How are you learning your language now? Because if you're looking for a textbook approach and you're lacking motivation, like you hate textbooks, but you think they're effective, but you have no motivation to do that, Duolingo might be for you. Now, outside that, if you're a gamer, right? And even gamers by default expect dynamic adaptation. No dynamic adaptation. So you do the curriculum, you do your homework, and you do all the work to remember it. And I like that, actually. Forcing me to do the work is kind of refreshing because it's been a while. Most of the time you go online, the most reinforced habit you have is you have someone tell you what the answer is. They tell you how to do things, and rarely do you learn about why you don't know the thing in the first place and how you interpret what they're telling you, right? It feels like school all over again. That's what Duolingo's SRS impression is for me. And I liked school because I was inexperienced. And as an adult now, much, much older, I'm 37 years old, by the way, and I've gone through more than 2/3 of my life in formal education. Being forced to do more because the thing you're exposed to does less helps me keep myself engaged. I see it as a personal challenge, and I quite like it. At first, I thought I might need to stream it. Like, hear me out here. I don't know anything about Duolingo when I started, so I didn't think that there were going to be enough challenge using Duolingo, and I mean challenge as in a bad way for most people, like making like learning Japanese harder. In fact, I would agree by harder when people say what their objectives are. Yes, Duolingo does make it harder, like being efficient at learning Japanese. However, it's teaching me other skills that I haven't used in a long while, like how to organize information. And what I mean by teaching me, Duolingo isn't necessarily doing the deliberate teaching. It's forcing me. It's like obligating me to, hey, well, this tool doesn't do all these things. How are you going to do it? And that throws me back to school. When kids come home and complain how the teacher didn't do X, Y, Z through A through 100 points of things that they expected that a teacher should do, my first thought was, when I was a kid, I figured out how to do it myself. And then whatever the teacher is focused on, I can best utilize that because I learned how to do everything that the teacher didn't do for me. Like, the way a teacher teach this is like, oh, okay, that's an interesting way, but I have a better way now thanks to that teacher showing me this, and I decided, okay, I can remember it in a different way. However, if it wasn't for that teacher exposing me to that information, I would not be able to do it in the first place, right? Or like I wouldn't be interested in the first place. So that's what Duolingo is. Duolingo is a curriculum. It only focuses on exposure. So once you get the exposure, it is up to you most of the time to do the spaced repetition. The effort that Duolingo is doing is to get you exposure. So if the streaks, the leaderboard, the smiling memes get you to expose yourself again and remind you of how inept you are, not kidding, that's a little aggressive, what you have forgotten, it will frustrate you. It will frustrate you because you're being reminded of things you don't remember. And some people might say, I have enough of this. This tool doesn't help me remember this stuff. It's like, well, it helps you learn things. It doesn't help you practice things. It rarely does. Like, there is not a lot of practice in Duolingo. And what I mean by practice, I mean practice in a manner that is not supposed to be emphasizing on exposure. Practice is dynamic practicing. So you would be taught all those things. I like the idea of the user as the item being spaced repeatedly. Didn't think of that. I guess at some point people either abandon it or just stick to it. Yes, exactly. And with all the ads they use, I guess it's working as it. Yeah. That's just so you know, the ads thing, the CEO had made a comment about that, and without going into too much of a detail, it's a compromise. We'll use the word compromise. They've been asked, like the CEO of Duolingo had been asked about monetization over and over again, and it's a reasonable compromise. But yes, I like to think that spaced repetition is about it's both. It's about getting you and the content to be on the same frequency. And oftentimes I think a really, really excellent SRS system, like, I don't know, Anki, lots of people like Anki's SRS system, If you don't show up consistently and feeling good and in the mindset of learning, the efficiency and efficacy of the SRS system will be a moot point. And that is, and I kid you not, said in every single interview so far with the CEO of Duolingo. Like the ones that I have seen. So like 3 out of 3, that ends up being a topic that he brings up. Like if you don't show up, then you can have the fanciest tools, reliable scientific backing, but the person didn't show up. So you can't get them to learn anything if they don't show up. And I like the idea. This is the silver lining. If every once in a while you visit Duolingo and you get angry at it, and that convinces you to use other tools to learn it, fair enough. Oh, you didn't mean the ads on the site, but media marketing they do. Oh yeah, all the memes. Oh yeah. I swear, like if you can get someone to say Spanish or vanish, I think that's good enough. That's more than someone who doesn't show up, in my opinion. The engagement is off the charts. Now, for the record, there is an attempt to try to like put in some sort of dynamic feedback on Duolingo. It's behind a paywall right now, and I can kind of see where they're going with it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's locked away, because you can actually access that type of feature somewhere else. So I have a lot of thoughts about it, but the long story short is they're using LLMs, large language models, to compensate for the dynamic adaptation. Yeah, there's no dynamics here, and I think because of the criticisms, a lot of language learners require a dynamic system, as like they desire a dynamic system, and I can totally get that. For myself, I don't think I need it, because I already challenge myself every day anyways. When I don't understand something, I don't need someone to explain it to me. I'll go find it myself. So if you're that kind of guy who wants to just learn everything in isolation, like play a Souls game or something. I'm not saying Duolingo is a Souls game, but the approach is very similar. Souls games are designed where they expose you to the thing, and it's gonna look messy. Some people prefer to slam their head into the brick wall over and over again until it falls down. And that's fine. That's rote memory, by the way. It's my imagery of rote memory. If you're gonna play a Souls game and you sit there and you grind and just memorize every single feeling and timing visually and raw, rote memory. Or you can be like me, which I don't play a lot of Souls games. I would sit down and I would look at all the frame data. If they provide me with frame data, I would study the frame data. I would seek the frame data. And that's like me going to Tofuku to look for grammar or like something, because I need this explained to me, which is what I did for homework. I did the homework myself. Somebody could complain, oh, the guidebook doesn't explain these grammar points. And it's like, yeah, I understand. It doesn't. So what do you do when you can't understand these grammar points? You go look for it, at least in my opinion, right? But the complaint is, well, shouldn't the tool have all of this stuff? Like, that's the whole point, right? Like, well, yes and no. What do you think the developers are expecting? Because you can't possibly think that the developer decided, hundreds of people working on this decided that they skip on the guidebook over and over and over again, and millions of people like that don't use Duolingo anymore, I guess, are complaining that their guidebooks don't have grammar points. I feel like it is very obtuse to think that this was not intentional. That's the kind of thing that is interesting. So when someone says, I love grammar, it's like, don't use Duolingo, please. It's not a match. I can tell you somewhere you can learn about grammar. Actually, I'm not, I guess you would go like a Genki textbook or something. But it's a really great question. Thank you, JC. Didn't think I was going to do these digressions too much. But yes, I think if you're really something is still more than nothing. If you don't show up, it's nothing. And that's perfectly fine. And I heard, what are you guys talking about on the other? Yeah, I've noticed it's giving you, I just realized the section here too. Which is why I have to take a day or so to do the strengthening exercises per unit, because it's demoralizing to waste hearts. Oh, that's a fair point. Actually, Blair, I want to show you something in the Discord later. Also, it makes, and it's up to you if you want to use it, right? So I have a workaround for that. And then no holding hands gets your brain going. So Mako, have you tried the music and math on Duolingo? I haven't yet. It keeps, occasionally I look on my phone and it keeps reminding me that math and music. I think I'm going to BlueStack it. So I will use the music and math in the future, but I would need to emulate it on screen because it's only mobile only. But it is very tempting. The music on Duo is great, let's be real, but I hate doing it on your phone. Yeah. I want to do like, I want to play a keyboard game. Oh, have you guys ever seen me play a rhythm game? Yeah, like I like playing rhythm games. So, all I could imagine is like, I was really expecting like a DDR experience, but with music. Oh, and I love math games too. Have you guys ever played like the old math games where like it's a spaceship and like you had two cannons, right? You have two cannons, and then each cannon will have a math problem. And then you have to like the problem, and you have to guide the cannon, your left and right cannon, on asteroids that have the correct answer in them. So much fun. I love math. Like the math games back in the day. It was so simple. And now Duo is tackling that age-old thing again, right? So I still remember that math game in typing class. So one last short story. I'll keep it short. In high school, we had typing class. I don't know if typing class is a thing anymore because I actually think that Gen Alpha are more used to swiping now, as opposed to like formally typing on a QWERTY keyboard. We're talking about QWERTY keyboards here. Sorry, English speaker. So QWERTY keyboards. So we had a class. We had to learn how to type. However, since I already knew how to type, right? What I did was I go into the program section and I looked at the educational games that were installed. And that's where I discovered like Mavis Beacon. If whoever's old enough to know what I mean, Mavis Beacon. Oh, it's Mavis. No S. Mavis Beacon, Beacon, and like Carmen Sandiego stuff. And then there's something like called like Math Invaders. And whenever like the teacher is giving us like a typing prompt or something, I would finish it and I would just play video games. In class, I would play math and like trivia video games and spelling video games in class, as opposed to like waiting for the prompt, like because most people would be like typing around 30 words per minute when they're learning how to type, right? I was already at 140 when I was in high school, or was it in middle school? It was one of them. And so I would get the prompts done quickly, and then I would start playing video games on the side. There were educational video games, and then that's what Duolingo reminds me of. I haven't, and I'm not saying Duolingo is a video game. It's a gamification, and makes sense. Yeah, you had educational typing game type stuff on your laptop, and desktop as a kid. Yeah, I love those things. I hope they keep coming back. Shashinko was amazing. I think the developer has not gotten maybe the glowing feedback that he wanted to encourage him to release DLC, but edutainment games are fantastic, in my opinion. I think that's a great way to leverage the internet, and I believe in Duolingo's founding philosophy, and that is to rip and try to compete with the other sources of engagement. Because I can tell you now, if someone gave you an Anki program and it's sitting right next to your anime stream service or your TikTok reel, I think we know over time who is the consistent winner of engagement, right? So for me, if someone says, okay, I'm gonna go click on my Duolingo, I'm like, you got it. That's one win for Duolingo and one step away from TikTok doom scroll evening, right? Do I think it's ideal? No, not necessarily. It would be awesome if you can have the discipline, but the situation I'm talking about is a situation where someone does not have enough discipline to stop and go as they please, right? So like, if I told you, hey, can you go on TikTok for like 10 minutes? Like if I approach a kid and it's like, okay, I'm gonna put a timer on your TikTok every day. 10 minutes of TikTok. I think that would leave a very dissatisfying feeling for a lot of people. Or like 1 hour of YouTube. Even I struggle with 1 hour of YouTube. Don't even start. Like I would fail really hard. I have a lot of discipline and I'm doing this a lot. But man, if someone said, yeah, only 1 hour of YouTube a day, I'm gonna riot. So I can totally understand that it is very tough. And I'm doing Duolingo right now, or I'm talking about Duolingo and language learning right now as we speak, instead of doom scrolling. Imagine. Not that I'm saying it can't be all of the above. You could be watching, so YouTube could be different, right? YouTube could be language learning on YouTube, so you can integrate these things. And I think that's what Duolingo is attempting to do. They're trying to take what makes other things work, and now you're doing both of them at the same time. Or trying to marry them. And when I'm on YouTube, now I watch content for language learning. I'm doing two things at once. And when I play video games, I actually tend to talk about culture and video game design when I'm talking about video games. Shout outs to Pirate Software, I suppose. He's doing that naturally, right? And it is his profession. So that's the kind of thing that is marrying things together. And I hope that's the case in the future, right? That's the case. When you're watching something, it's constructive and entertaining, and it promotes a healthy lifestyle. As in, the content itself is not telling you, hey, stay here and sacrifice your livelihood. I do not want to tell people that you should study like Duolingo 8 hours a day and pledge your allegiance to it, or else they're going to kidnap your parents and hold them hostage. No, I'm suggesting use Duolingo until you're tired each day or you're bored. Switch it off. It's not going to go anywhere. It's actually designed so that you only stay on it for like 15 or 30 minutes actually. Like even Duolingo's design itself doesn't even implicate that you need to be on it at all times. It doesn't stop people from becoming addicted though, because of how efficient it is at engagement. However, it is still not doing something like making you feel bad. Here's one thing. I'll leave it on this as a juxtaposition. There are programs when the habit formation does not have an endpoint and has an adaptive endpoint, like let's say, so what's the drawback of dynamic SRS? Well, you go as fast as you want and you go as slow as you want, right? Does anyone see a potential drawback to that? It means the onerous is entirely on the user. So if the user isn't going too fast, they burn out. If they're going too slow, then they don't make effective progress. What does formal education do? Well, they try to struck a compromise between that. You have to stay on a curriculum to some extent. If you're falling behind, then you know you're falling behind. If you're going ahead, then you know you're going ahead and you can deviate that, right? However, when you think of an SRS system in an app, there are most definitely more people who like that because they can go as fast as they can. Well, depending on your level of discipline and experience, you'll likely burn out first before you reach the end of language learning, of any target language, in my opinion. Like, burnout is a severe thing. That's why there's discipline as well. And space repetition, SRS, requires discipline. Like, how do you not get overeagered and burn yourself out? Which is a very common problem for Japanese language learners, specifically Japanese language learners, from my experience, more so than like Chinese language learners. And then how do you not get too lazy because you're not engaged? There's no form of engagement. Anki does not, for example, provide forms of engagement. You are bringing the engagement. So people who are most successful with Anki are already self-engaged. They are obligated. They have obligated themselves to be engaged. So naturally, yes, most people who pick up Anki on a long term get a lot of progress done because they're obligating themselves. They're not people who struggle with motivation. And that doesn't mean those people specifically are more competent or more skilled. There are very lazy, intelligent people that are very capable, and then there are not. Actually, some of the brightest people that I have a tendency and prone to being bored. And without that engagement, it doesn't tap into their use, because if they're not engaged, they don't do anything in the first place. So it's potential, right? The aspect of potential versus pragmatism. And I'm glad that all of these tools exist. So the next time you ask, right, like if you're wondering if it works for you, I think sometimes it's worth asking the person or the person making the recommendation, which is kind of why Twitch is kind of excellent in that way, or a little bit more accessible, is that you can ask the person, what kind of person are you? And that's using your observation skills. It's difficult for one to not have to develop this experience if you don't interact with people, right? So when you're going on YouTube and you look at this creator's content, do you understand that person through their content? I'm not talking about the content itself. A lot of times people understand the content because it's being explained to you. But do you understand the person who is providing this content? In my opinion, if you can't, you're lacking interpersonal skills. Now, that doesn't mean you can't get it. When you train and practice interpersonal skills, what happens in the future is that you can choose people you know, gleaming from their behavior, because you have a lot of experience now observing people's behavior, to know which recommendations suit you more, right? You can have two different people recommending you a product. One person may not resonate with you at all, and one person may resonate with you. The person who you resonate with will more likely capture that recommendation more accurately without direct feedback. Like if you can't ask this person, you're relying on yourself to figure it out. What does Anki do? You have to rely on yourself to understand how you study. The responsibility is yours. And you know what's great? What's the great thing about taking your own responsibility? When you fail, you blame yourself. You don't blame the product. When a product tries to help you and you're dependent on the product, then when you fail, you're more likely to blame the product because the product is doing something for you that you need. So the self-selection in terms of like Anki SRS versus Duolingo's fixed, non-static dynamics, the feedback is not the same. It is not conditionally the same. There's a huge self-selection. So when someone says Duolingo is better than Anki and they use Anki, those two people are already self-selected to be different people, different types of people. So it's very different. And that type of thinking requires a level of understanding of interpreting information that I feel comes from critical thinking and science and thinking for yourself, right? So you're asking yourself, okay, I got this feedback. Everyone says, so what are these people like? Is there a common denominator between all of these? Like if you go into Anki and you're like, oh wait, I just noticed all these people speak very similarly. Like they think that they're all really proficient. They all have schedules. They all have studying habits brought into the system. It's like, do I have these things, right? Do I exercise these things? And that's kind of how I do my recommendations and impressions, right? I tell you my impressions, but I also explain what kind of person I am, because my impressions are only as valuable as if you understand what kind of person I am, because an impression is subjective, right? So I am a person that absolutely loves when things do less in order for me to do more. If I'm not learning about Japanese, then I'm learning about something. I'm learning how to organize myself. I'm learning about how youth engages with language learning, because memes are very, very powerful. I don't really like memes, but I can absolutely know that the large reason behind Duolingo's popularity is most definitely memes and engagement. And I totally agree that reflects what the CEO's profits. I think instead of going all in, you have to think about what is the minimum you can tolerate and add some to it. Yeah. And consider how you invest in when it ends. Yeah. Many things to consider. I think you're more likely to reach a month in any habit you want to create just by virtue of being curious about how much you achieve. Yes. Yeah. Curiosity. Yeah. Now, one thing we have to keep in mind in terms of like how much you want to achieve is that expectations are set as a relative, right? But I think one of the bigger obstacles that happen in terms of learning, especially like long processes like language learning, is that the difference between process-oriented goal keeping versus end goal keeping. So it's both. The short answer is both, right? One must balance and have a compromise between process-oriented goals and end goals. What I, in my personal anecdote experience with maybe like 30 to 40 people, the ones that are most bitter and negative, in my opinion, like incredibly negative, as in very fatalistically depressed, as in like they don't speak to me like they enjoy this. At least I don't get the impression. It's often people who only have end goals. Like most of their framing deals with end goals, as in, oh yeah, I expect myself to get fluent in 2 years. And I'm like, so how long have you been studying? 1 month. Like, but it's so hard. Like, I'm not getting the progress. I mean, like, is that your only goal? Like, do you have any other immediate goals? Like, well, according to this person, here's are all the benchmarks. I mean, like, yeah, I get that, but how is your process going? Like, what is your next immediate goal? Like something in dynamic to you, right? So instead, it's always constantly, oh yeah, oh, I've done this for 6 months and I'm only N5. I heard most people are N5 by 1 month. I'm like, okay, but can you tell me more about why you're disappointed that you got to N5? Because you were obviously 0 at first, right? So what did you learn in those 6 months so that you can maybe improve upon or iterate on moving forward? You might still end up getting to that same spot, surprisingly, maybe in a similar or a different place. The idea is, most of the time, goal setting is also incredibly static, very static, not dynamic enough to understand that your goals change as you're going and competence grows as you're going. Instead, the irony here, in my opinion, is while SRS could be dynamic, the person themselves do not grow with the tool, like in a way that's sustainable. So like if you get on Anki every day and you do Anki exactly the same way every single day, you interact with it exactly the same way, does that mean you're learning anything? In my opinion, you hope that intuitively the SRS system is going to get that person to engage in the language differently over time. And this is, in my opinion, where sometimes a heavy reliance and dependency on the tool itself to provide something creates that backlash. And that often deals with the perspective of the concept of end goals. Oh, if you use this product for 2 years, you should be fluent in this target language. And that is the entire mindset. Not taking into consideration of how you get to that 2-year goal. It's so tough to see and hear when someone says, oh man, it took me a year to get to N5. And then immediately after that comment, they say, oh, I made this mistake and that's what slowed me down. And like, I did this and oh, other people are just smarter than me. Like, it must be me. Like, it's tough hearing that. Well, the first thing I would say to a person would be, congratulations on getting to N5. That's very fantastic. What are the things that worked for you and what are the things that don't work for you? And I really, really hope that they have a really well thought out response. Usually what happens is I would ask follow-up questions. I was like, okay, so that part didn't work. Did you do anything over the year to like change it up a little? Like, you know, they would say things that they don't like about whatever they're using. I'm like, so how do you go about changing that? Did you, I mean, it's been a year, right? So was there anything else you added? You changed that? A lot of times it's very minimal. It's negligible. So much could happen in a year if you're focused on your self-improvement. However, most of the time, I get it. A lot of people trust the process. And I wouldn't blame them since there's so many products shoved in your face every single day, giving you the one-stop shop and the dynamics that they guarantee. Like, oh, use our product from a year. Just trust us. And it will always fit you perfectly and you'll get the results guaranteed. That kind of thing. It gets a little tough. I think one of the most engaging parts about learning something, especially something for a lifetime, like using a target language, is that from the day to day, if something's not working, it's an opportunity to discover something new, to add to it. I haven't even have to consider adding something substantial to my streaming content yet. Like, that's how deep it can go. Like, one of the most common questions, compliments, I guess. One of the most common compliments I get is, how do you do it? How do you do this every single day? And without having to go into another 6-hour digression, I tell them it's because I don't do the same thing every day. Like, there's little tweaks here and there. There are little thoughts. I'm not the same person as I was yesterday. If you're learning something, every day you're something different than the day before. If you didn't learn something, then yeah, that's understandable, right? If you go into a day and you're thinking, oh, I'm the same person yesterday, I basically didn't learn anything, and then you're going into it thinking today is the same as yesterday, then it's probably going to be psychologically burdensome. Like, if you feel like your progress in learning isn't to learn something new every day, and you wake up saying to yourself, I didn't learn anything yesterday, now I'm going to do it again and not learn anything. It's not in those words. I would say a lot of people would say that they're learning something every day and then behave to me, give me the feeling that they don't believe that. Because they would say, oh, you know, it's taking me a week to get this right. It's like, well, that sounds like it's great. All of that week's time was worth getting to this point, right? And you learned something. And I bet every week, without every week, you wouldn't get to this point. So I like to encourage people to be happy about that. Unfortunately, that is not the case for a person who only sees the end goal, right? If you're not fluent by 2 years, everything is negative. When you get up, am I fluent today? No. Negative feeling. And then they're going to be saying that all the way until 2 years. And then if they don't get there, absolute devastation. As opposed to a process-oriented person who, at 2 years, if I don't become fluent, I'm like, oh, okay, well, maybe it's 3 years, maybe it's 4 years. I'm having fun. Like, by the time I get to 2 years, I don't have the same perspective anymore. Like, it's so incomprehensible if someone could do something for 2 years expecting everything to stay the same from the day that they conceived the goal. It's at least in my opinion, I do not see it that way. The goal might still be there, but hey, why aim for 2 years being fluent when you can aim for 2 years worth of recorded content? That's what I ask myself. And then what if those 2 years of recorded content took me somewhere way different and I suddenly just become like a translator or an interpreter as opposed to be someone who moves to Japan and like become honorably Japanese or something? That's kind of how I feel about things when it comes to goals. Oh yeah, the beginner's copycat, I call it. Of course, it will frustrate you when you don't achieve what you see other people achieve. Yeah, with the same plan. The answer is you are not them. Yeah, you can't reasonably or rationally think that. At least in my opinion, it's unhealthy to think that. You can be inspired by them. You can be similar and maybe share some likeness to someone. The longer you live, the astronomically highly improbable it becomes that you are specifically enough like them that you wouldn't see any noise whatsoever. And here's another like big deep cut. You don't see any of the process. YouTube, I mean, the times are changing. However, right now, the vast majority of material doesn't show you the process. You see the success stories. You see the afterwards. There's no perception of time between what does 2 years look like. 2 years does not look like a 15-minute video. A 15-minute video can try its best to communicate all those things. However, you do not observe, one does not observe or normalize the passage of time. Like, I can't explain to you, I am trying to actually right now, and I'm already like, 3 hours off into a digression. I can't explain to you 275 days. What does 275 days of Duolingo with Japanese is like? It doesn't stop someone from coming in and saying, oh, I know exactly what you did for the last 275 days because you used Duolingo. Like, no, you don't. Not even close. However, that's not to say that it might be accurate for other people. I'm not speaking for other people. I'm speaking for myself. There is absolutely no way I could even possibly attempt to summarize 275 days using Duolingo the way I go about it. I can't even tell you how many stories. In fact, I had to write down most of the stories. I recorded most of the things because that's probably the way to remember it, to remind myself if I can't even remember that. Everybody wants to be a bodybuilder, but nobody wants to lift no. Hey, Ronnie Coleman. Okay, hear me out. Lift weights. I know Ronnie Coleman because I like watching fitness things, and just so happens a lot of them always mention Ronnie Coleman. That's kind of funny. I didn't think I would need to know that relevance, but that's a great quote. And I actually know who Ronnie Coleman is, largely due to watching lots of like influencers who enjoy like trying to spread encouragement in like fitness, right? That's kind of cute. I like that. I see. Now I just imagine you like like a very physically fit person. Oh, there's Sub-Zero. All right. I really need to finish this recall. Let's go back. But yes, absolutely wonderful question, commentary. Yeah. And obviously I have no sorry, I had to cough. I have no particular favoritism. I think if you have a smile on your face and you're getting up and you're saying, yo, I learned something yesterday, let's apply it to what I learned today, and let's do one better and one better and one better. It could be taking one extra step every single day. If it puts a smile on your face, get to it, right? None of that. Okay, I'll throw shade a little bit. I don't want to hear that life is not worth living, life is not interesting, you're constantly bored every day. I'm trying my best not to make it sound very, very targeting that, but it's incredibly disheartening and disappointing when people love something but they develop a love-hate relationship with it, or a self-vicious cycle. Like, oh, I love video games, but all video games are boring now. I'm citing like so many of the cyclic arguments where someone says something, but their response every time they talk about feelings makes it look like it's a negative thing, like they're coping with their perception of the thing. So like, oh man, I love competitive shooters except the following, and they basically like name 6 of the most popular first-person shooters. I'm like, are you sure you like first-person shooters? And then like, I absolutely love language learning, proceeds to say how terrible of a mistake all the things they made with language learning, right? Like, okay, what about the good parts? Like, what do you mean what good parts? It's like, it's a lot of hard work. Like, but you like that hard work, right? It's very rewarding. It's like, no, it's garbage. I wish I could be fluent today. Like, oh, are you sure you're interested in language learning, or like just knowing the language? Because those are two different things. If you just want to learn know the language, then I have a very terrible news, right? You have to be interested in learning as well. There are options. If you want to engage in Japanese, there's technology that circumvents it to some extent, right? Augmented glasses, augmented hearing devices, your smartphone. There are ways to kind of circumnavigate that. And I think a lifetime of hating yourself to wanting something and needing to do something to want that thing, I prefer not a person that's not depressed, like chronically depressed and hating themselves. I also don't mind trying to encourage them to find what they hate or have become hate to make it sound interesting. Like, if you hate something, tell me about it. Like, honestly, I'm here, right? Like, that's why I stream, right? I'm here. Tell me about it. Hate it so much to the point you understand where that hate is coming from, and I'll tell you that's interesting, in my opinion. And then when you find it interesting, and be aware of what is making it worse, then use it as a learning experience to not hate it so much. I feel like a lot of times talking about it is great. The reason why I'm digressing this hard is earlier today, right before stream, I brought a short story. I bring a short story, and it's usually a segue to these short stories. Every day. I was troubleshooting something, or I was discussing with a friend of mine how his friend needed to troubleshoot something. And the way the person went to solve the solution, like to solve the problem, is by ignoring the problem, doing something else on that the internet said would solve it, and assume that it worked. I'm going to repeat myself. This person had a problem. They removed addressing the problem, applied a solution to the problem they no longer engage with, and then told this friend of mine that the solution works and it's no longer a problem. How do you know that? Not only does the person not know what the problem is, they could circumvent the problem so it's no longer there, so they basically avoided the problem, so they engage in no critical thinking, no problem solving. They didn't even attempt to solve the problem. They removed it. And then after the fact, they applied a solution to their thing. So they ended up doing a solution because they read it online. They say, oh, this is the solution. They applied that solution and then told this friend of mine that it's fine, the solution works, without testing if it worked. Like, how does that work? Like, I don't understand it. And that's kind of how I feel about what does this have to do with language learning and my segue to language learning? That's the idea. That's what happens when you take information, you assume it works, you apply it to yourself, and then just assume it works, and that's it. That's enough. That's sufficient evidence that it works. So if you go online and someone tells you you can learn and become fluent in Japanese with their product for 3 months, and your expectation is like, I'm gonna learn Japanese in 3 months. Here's my money. And then you decide, oh, I'm bored. That's why the product didn't work. Like, I'm bored, but if I kept at it for 3 months, I would become fluent in Japanese. But I just got bored after a week. So it's not really the product's fault, because this person is so credible and this group is so credible. I would have gotten it, so, but you didn't. So is that a problem of the product? Is that the problem with you? Is that your responsibility that you picked a product that didn't work for you? Or is it the responsibility of the person who sold the product to a target audience that doesn't work? You might be thinking, oh, this is finger pointing out. No, the answer is all of the above. It's all of the above. Now the question is, what is the most common way? It's either you suck or the product sucks. It's not a combination or a dynamic understanding of, oh, maybe I mistook the product. and then maybe that person is misrepresenting the product. Either way, the product and the person is not a good match, right? It wasn't matched ideally. How do I circumvent picking future products for language learning? Like, if Duolingo does not work for you, what product does? Can I learn from the things that don't work on Duolingo and the things that do work on Duolingo? How do I maximize the things that work and compensate for the things that don't work? That's the learning experience. So no, it's not a waste of time if you tried a product and it failed. It is a waste of time if you discard it like last week's junk and forget about it ever existing. That's perfectly a waste of time. And I really dislike that phrase. Even negative experiences with no learning potential is still not a waste of time, because that negative experience can reinforce some intuition. So oftentimes I don't use waste of time, but it's the closest thing to waste of time when you choose to forget an experience because you failed. And how does that look in terms of Japanese language learning? Someone who blows through like 3 different SRSs, 2 different grade readers, and then you ask them, why do they suck? And what else did they do well? They are most definitely capable of saying what the product itself lacks. Rarely have I seen that followed up by, what did they do about it? Like, if you knew the product lacks that thing, then why are you naming 2 other products that don't do that either? For example, if an SRS didn't work for you, your next inclination is to trust another SRS. And then when you ask the person, so why did the second SRS fail? They would list the same problems. And then now the question is, are you sure you understand the intent and the design of SRSs? Because the thing you're describing is something SRSs don't do. Like, or not inherently do. Maybe there's some experimental product out there that they could find. Like, for example, someone says, oh yeah, I learn really well with stories. So, you know, stories and context and like visual, like anime and stuff. And then their first thought is SRSs don't do that. So they suck because all SRSs are the same. It's like, well, it's kind of ironic, but in that particular reason, you're right, sort of. You're more right than wrong. And the funny thing is, you already answered your own question. SRSs by design do not do that. So your constructive criticism and your hate and your emotional baggage and failures, I think not necessarily, it's a little bit victim blaming. I apologize. The idea is, I like to think that there's enough critical thinking to understand sometimes your expectations do not line up with the inherent nature of a product. So when someone comes up to me and say, yeah, Duolingo sucks because they don't have story like context and story, and I'm like, yeah, I agree. Not the sucking part, the thing that Duolingo lacks large paragraphs and animated situations right now. I agree. And then someone, you know, come up and cite an obscure language like, I don't know, Creole, and say like, man, dude, Duolingo kind of sucks. They don't even have Creole. And I'm like, oh, okay. So how does it suck if it lacks something already? Like I don't even think they plan on addressing that. Do you know how they add languages and develop languages? Like, how is that constructive commentary? Like, so you're gonna go around saying things suck because they didn't even plan on doing them. Oh, they do? Oh. That's Wait, they do have like even like a small unit on Creole? That's kind of interesting. That's more than I would have expected. See, there you go. Is the problem in the room with us? The problem must not have been that big for them. Yeah. Okay, I'm done. I'm truly done now. There's absolutely no way I'm gonna get through this stuff, but it's fine. It's fine. I smiles, guys, smiles. I really, really want to end with this remark for this digression is that I think there is no person who hates themselves more oftentimes than when it comes to learning. When it comes to learning anything, right? Bettering yourself and whatnot. I think there's no person who hates them like hates the person themselves more than themselves. I think one of the biggest obstacles in general is that when you're someone who loves to learn things, and I truly believe there are a lot of people who love to learn, the biggest obstacle is yourself. And it sucks. And the reason why I like to say that because it's a great segue to what I mean by healthy living and atomic habits, right? If you don't already have a foundation of excellent habits that you keep improving on yourself, like your days get happier or attempt to at least stay as happy, right? Mitigating negative stuff, a lifetime of language learning may be an even bigger obstacle. And one hopes that language learning might also help one reflect on their lifestyle choices. Most of the time, kids learn languages and learn schoolwork and math and stuff, not necessarily just for the context, but for the engagement in language, like in learning. Sorry, I was saying language. In learning and problem solving. Those are skills for a lifetime. So if you're asking yourself, if you can't even keep yourself entertained consistently, right? If you're saying you're bored right now and you'd even start language learning, I really sincerely hope that language learning will change your life, as in it will teach you ways to keep yourself engaged for a lifetime. If it doesn't, then the chance of success is non-existent because you don't have those skills to begin with. So if you're sitting there like having a difficult time getting a hobby or stuff, you're going to have to double down, in my opinion. Encourage that person to double down, because any hobby you try to tackle or any habit you're trying to tackle is extra hard. It's going to be harder for those people because they don't have the ability, like the lifestyle to accommodate that. I can pick this up. I can drop this. Ignore Japanese for a year and I'll come back with the same enthusiasm. It's not going to be a big deal. I drop and pick up habits a lot because I do them for the sake of making myself happy. If I can make someone else happy by picking up a new habit, I do that instead, actually. So if someone is hitting a midlife crisis and I know them personally as a friend, I drop this to help them. Because it doesn't matter what the habit is. I'm happy to do it, right? So if you can ask yourself, if you can do that, what's the difference about going out and jogging a mile each day, turning that into 2 miles, 3 miles, right? When I say I'm going to go run and I'm going to go run for 2 years, it's like, okay, well, that's a loose goal 2 years down the line, but let's focus at the present. I'll try to run a mile today, tomorrow, the day after. And sure enough, today is my, what is it? Today is my 749th day since I started running. And I've run 99.9% of those days. That's all I wanted to share. So I know it's a lot, but yeah, you gotta be not arrogantly, but be prideful and happy for what you are able to achieve each day, right? Drunken French pirate. Is that what hate? Are you saying that's what Creole sounds like? Like, Hayton Creole? Wait, what are you saying there? Alright, it's a good language resource then. Okay. I promise. We're going now. We're going. We're gonna finish this. I feel like my rate of speech accelerated. Sorry if I made people anxious. Crazy consistency, cheers. Yeah. I'm sorry if I started speaking faster. I have a habit of accelerating back to my older habits after a while. So it can be a little anxiety inducing. Alright. Kaze. Right. And that's win, but there's also kaze. Okay. Iku. Ku. Itai. Itai. Sorry, I'm smiling because Cozy said it wouldn't be a stream. It wouldn't be a typical stream day if I didn't digress, and like I kept taking naps while you do Chinese and dreaming in Chinese. Oh no. I hope they're good. I had a few very very interesting Chinese dreams lately. More about that in the future. I'll bring up some of those stories. I kind of wrote them down. Let's see. Yoki. It's a unit about health. Yaseru. Oh, here's one. Here's a little bit of additional commentary. If you need someone to tell you that you're doing a good job every single day, sign me up. And you know what? I'll do one better. I promise, or I will try my best to keep this promise, that I will tell you good job in a different way every day if you keep on improving on the thing you're going to do. That is a done deal. So if you're telling me that you want to get fit and you're going to do something every day, I will do that's a low effort. If you need someone to tell you that you're doing a good job each day, I would do one better. I'll tell you that you're doing a good job in a different way as long as you continue to do that. Done deal. Low effort. The hard work is on you, right? So if that's enough to get someone to do something, I do it in a heartbeat every single day. I couldn't even tell you what the dream was about, but they're very nice and restful. Oh, well, that's nice. Mine was like anxiety inducing, Blair. I think I woke up in a cold sweat, but not that it's I don't find it like too disruptive. It's one of those you wake up and you're just like, oh, thank goodness. Like what I mean is like I woke up and I'm like, oh yeah, right. This is my house. Like this is my room and I'm like sleeping right now and I'm not there. That's the type of dreams I have a lot of times. Where like I wake up, it's like, oh, thank goodness I'm not like in my apartment, in next to the university, that kind of thing. Like I lose my sense of time and place. I have a lot of lucid dreams. I don't know if people have lucid dreaming, but I'm a really lucid dreamer a lot of times. So the stuff can end up feeling like I'm there. Dreams, what are those? Oh, are you telling me the dream from learning that long? Somewhere around 150 days for Japanese, I think. I had to check your physical notes. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, Blair is reaching a milestone yesterday. Let's see. Yaseru. Yaseru. Doru. Doru. All right. We have to solve our problems, right? How do we solve our problems? Isha. What does Isha recommend? Oh, I totally missed the second stroke there. Ah. Alright, let's try that again. Hands are a little shaky. Undo. Right, undo suru. Undo suru. Right. Suri. Suri. I think that's good. That's good for 70. Yeah, not too much vocabulary, but good enough. Yeah, no grammar points actually. All right. Let's get to it. Actually, before we get to it, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. This is where I usually finish my Japanese lesson and take a bathroom break for my Chinese lesson, but I'll be back. All right. Full focus. We got this. I think we'll skip the kanji practice, right? I'll alleviate 15 minutes. Okay. If I fall asleep during a video or stream playing, I astro somewhere into the realm of the content or whatever's being played. I swear. Oh, that's great. That's funny. So you're saying you dream of Duo kidnapping your family? That's kind of weird. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, Kuni. Oh, wait. Did I forget Kuni? No, I didn't forget. It's the different read for Oku. That would be having nightmare terrors of Duo. Yukata. Kawa. Beruto. Hashiru. Kuni.
このアニメは見たことがあります。
このアニメは見たがありますのね。
このアニメは見たことがあります。
ことがあります。Right. That's the new normalizer. That's the normalizer. And then also Ichidan, our first pass playing Ichidan, which is Mita or Miru, and then followed by Kotoka. And for whatever reason, they wanted to introduce Kotoka Aru, phrasing with past tense. I didn't find anything that restricted Koto to past tense, so the homework I did yesterday, not so much. It's more of a conceptual thing between Koto and No. So we'll see if they swap it up in the future.
このアニメは見たことがあります。
Right. このアニメは見たことがあります。Right. どの国に行ったことがあります。There's something about pausing and then ita kotoka. I keep saying it's so tough stopping there. Oh, maybe it's like I want to refrain from saying taco. Taco to taco arimasu ka? Taco. Oof. Taco.
お国はどちらですか?
I feel like that would make me stop doing Duolingo. Oh yeah, fair enough.
お国はどちらですか?
お国はどちらですか?
どですか?
Right. Which country are you from?
ニュースをテレビで見た。
ニュースをテレビで見た。Wait. Yes. Okay.
顔
Using present verbs, etc. for past tense gets me sometimes I have to stop and think. For Spanish? Or... Oh. Wait. Okay. Using present tense verbs. Yeah.
耳
Yaseru. 足
国 外国に行ったことがありますか？
外国に
外国に
ね 外国に Oh, I forgot about tsumari. Okay. Tsumari is another it's a grammar point. Yeah, tsumari is adverbial. Tsumori, not tsumori.
外国に行ったことがありますか？
To plan. 外国にね。
い。
い
て。
いて
が。
が。どこの。
外国に行ったことがありますか？
いが。
こと。
ことがありますか？おー。Is there do you want to go to a oh no, that doesn't sound right. That's why. What did I do here? Wait. 外国にoh, that makes so much sense why that sounds so weird. It's past tense. Is there yeah, have you been to a foreign country? No wonder it was so weird. I'm like, do you go? I was having trouble interpreting it myself. I was like, wait, do you command go? Like, that was my bad. Country of you.
国。
お国はどこですか？
か。
Wait,
ど
actually,
ちら。
どちら? Wrong
こと。
one. Not こと. I was thinking that was どこ.
どちら。
どちら? どちらですか?
私は外国語を勉強するのが好きなんです。
Pairing. Is it the same for me? Pairing tenses with other tenses? Pairing tenses with other tenses. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes no, because the end of the sentence takes on the tense of the sentence sometimes. So whatever's at the end justifies the modifies the tenses throughout the sentence. And then sometimes you don't. Sometimes, like, if it's an indicate, sometimes you do, where like if it's indicated in the past, then all the tenses must be in the past, kind of thing. However, it's usually marked by something else. So, like, for example, in the middle, if there's another verb, right? If there's another verb in the middle, and then there's a verb at the end, only the end is marked with a tense that is in the middle. Sometimes it can be like the root of the verb is in the middle, followed by a particle, and then the tense is marked at the end. So, however, some of them you can, sometimes you have to conjugate the middle, but the middle's conjugation is a little bit more, the ones that come before is a little different from the ones that come at the end. So, like, sometimes the endings and the conjugation is separated from a list of things. So that's kind of a situation where you might not have pairing of tenses. Oh, not that, it's more the absence of a tense, and or like how frequently the tense shows up. The conjugation may only occur once. Like the tense itself may only occur once in the sentence, and it's just at the end a lot of times. Or a significant amount of times to note that it's frequent. So like this one, 私は外国語を勉強する. So 勉強する is just the plain form, right? It's the plain form. 勉強するのが好きなんです. So you don't in this place there's no like tense for des, right? Like des at the end is just des. you can add something else in here to make it like a different clause, but the ending would not be the same as the ending of the bigger sentence, the whole sentence. So like tenses or formal speak or like the markers can be a little different. It might not, I might be making it sound a little bit more complicated than it is. You kind of get used to it, I think. I'm not used to it yet, so I'm only speaking very cursorily. I'm actually quite literally, by coincidence, in a process now where Duolingo is doing this, where there are 2 verbs and 2 clauses in their sentences. Like I'm finally back to having 2 phrases or 2 clauses, and now I get to see like the particles and ways you can structure 2 clauses and 2 different phrases or clauses together. So then I can probably tell you a little bit more if the tenses have to agree or not, because there are more than one there are more than one thing that requires a tense change in the sentence, which is cool because it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun making a little bit more complicated sentences. It's definitely a step closer to where I left off in section 3, unit 35. That was the last unit when they had like 2 or 3 clauses and whatnot. And it's been a very long while since I got answer and response questions in the current unit. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they reintroduce that kind of thing. So then you can ask questions about tense. Like, oh, are they complaining about something yesterday? Are they complaining about something that happened today? So those are types of questions that you get a lot. Where like, oh, it looks like so you get how I get messed up? Yeah, I totally do. When I was thinking about it when you were saying it, I was thinking about my Spanish times actually. And I no questions. It's still a thing. Like I feel it even from the Spanish standpoint. Especially with conjugation. Let's see. I like studying foreign languages. Have you been to a foreign country? This was the one I screwed up. It was more like
外国
外国に行ったことがありますか？
ことがありますか？雨を見たことがあるの？
This one is a really funny question, but 雨を見たことがあるの？ Have you ever seen the rain? Have you, folks? You can do 2 clauses, 2 different tenses a little though. Nice. Yeah, a tense shift in the clauses. Yeah. Actually, to this day, I'm very not comfortable. I actually avoid tense shifting if I can in English. Like doing tense shifts in a sentence is a risky business, if you know what I mean. Within like a compound sentence, doing sudden tense shifts can be a little disorienting in writing in general. And tense shifting is kind of avoided in like scientific writing a lot of times. Doing like, I want to go to the store, so I brought a basket, right? Or I brought shopping bags to because I plan to go to the store, right? That would be a tense shift, right? And I kid you not, that sounds like something that will be very nightmarish. Nightmarish. However, for a tense shift, you can use things like so and but and because it can shift the line of thinking. You're making an exception. In Chinese, actually, those specific words make you expect those too. Like 如果, right? 但是, you can expect a shift in there's a chance it could be something that you've done tomorrow or yesterday. So you can still have lots of tense shifts. And in Japanese, obviously, you need to conjugate if it's negative or positive, right? Instead of saying like good and bad, it's either are you saying it's good and not good, or bad and not bad, and you have to make sure the endings are conjugated in the correct positivity or negativity, which that's kind of optional. It's optional in English. Like, I pay attention to it when people say something one way as opposed to the other, like saying, "Oh, I'm good," instead of saying, "Oh, I'm not bad, but I'm not good," as opposed to, "Oh, I'm good, not so bad." Right? So, there are tense shifts in agreement when you're saying good and bad. When you say not bad, is that a good? If you're saying you're good, not bad, it's different from saying I'm good and I'm happy, right? If you say a sentence like, "Oh, I'm good, at least I'm happy," in my opinion, that's a mood switch. Like, imagine telling somebody saying, "Oh, I'm all right. I'm good, but I'm not happy." So if you're good, however, your butt not happy, that's like almost a triple negative, right? You're butting, but you're not bad, which means it's good, but you're not good. So you're saying you're good, also like not bad, but you're using but, which makes it like you pause for a moment. It's like, wait a minute, it's the second clause, meaning that's a good thing or a bad thing, right? If you're not bad, that's a good thing, but you use the word but, which I think nowadays it's a very common thing. I do it all the time, but no longer has that transitional contrast. So people say but at a long sentence to mean and or, and or got replaced by but. And I find myself saying that quite a lot over time after hearing lots and lots of like content, you know. But is you don't want to say yes. Exactly. That kind of nuance has largely changed now in English. I think one of the biggest one of the very noticeable changes in conjugation use, or like conditional use, like a linker between clauses, is the word but. But can also mean moving on and so on, as opposed to with the exception of, or in contrast to, you know, something that is a shift in the tense, like positivity to a negative statement or an exception statement, that kind of thing. If you, after saying this, listen for it in your content. Like if you ever have a vlogger and listen to the vlogger in English, English speaking vlogger, it's hard to unhear it. The moment you notice that but is being used as and so on, anyways, for example, in place of anyways, moving right along, but has become that word. Like, oh yeah, but I digress. That's what they're going for, but I digress. However, now it's, in my opinion, it got shrunken to but, and then move it along. So when they say but, they mean but I digress, moving right along. Like then they say something else. It has no contrast. Like there's no contrast in the following clause is contrast. That's something that I notice myself doing quite often, just out of sheer exposure, mere exposure. Which country have you been to? Oh, I screwed this up earlier, right? Oh, which countries? Oh.
どん国
どの国に来たいた I keep saying いたこと
こと
が
が
ねあ
ありま
りますすか
か
I've seen this anime. このアニメは
にた
見たことがあります。
あります
え
雨
雨の
の
okay, here's a meme, guys. Here's a meme. Do you guys know why I laughed when I said ameno? How old is this? Someone give me a time check. Where is it? How old is this? How old is the ameno meme? It is late 2019. Okay, wait. Yeah, late 2019. No, the origin was 1996. In early 2000, 2014. And it was largely due to Hearthstone. That's why I know this. I remember it was popularized by this is how old I am, I suppose. I follow Hearthstone since the beginning. And there's this meme song. It was from a 1996 meme song, Ameno, right? It says Ameno in it, but it's like praying. So the inside joke is like Hearthstone RNG, right? You're praying, and then when things line up, it became a meme. So I don't know if anyone can resonate with this anymore. It's like over 10 years ago. My word. This meme is over 10 years old. Konnichiwa, Ai-san. Let's see. So Ameno. I don't know if you guys listened to that song, but oh boy, that's a decade-old meme. As a native English speaker, I still find myself thinking what word to use for a certain sentence. Yeah, you didn't know that, but now I can't forget it. Ameno. I forgot the song, but I can't play the song, obviously. Copyright. You really like the kanji for ame? Yeah, I do too. 雨の見た Whoops 雨の見た雨の見たことがことがあるの No. Wait.
おの
Right. You can see something with that. Aru no. Sorry. It's a question. So there's no ka here because no, it can be a question. I like studying foreign languages. Me too.
私
私は
は
外国語ね
語
語 お、勉強する。
する
勉強するのが
が
好きです。or 好きなんです。They don't discriminate. No? No 好きなんです。Oh yeah? 好きな
で
Yes. Okay. 好きなんです。
外国に行ったことがありますか？
Did I screw this up? Oh yeah.
外国
I confused myself. 外国に行ったことがありますか？
ありますか？旅館
旅館。
また会いたいですか？
また I heard また愛ですか？
また会いたいですか？
会いたいですか? Oh, right. Okay, I think this is going into our next grammar point in this unit. 207目Yes. 207目すごいだ。Oh. まだまだです。まだまだです。Uh-oh. I just minimized like all my large monitor problems. Sorry. I'm having first world problems. Okay. All right. また会いたいですか? We're going into negating Thai form, which is one of the new grammar exposures in this unit. 旅館
家にいるつもりです。
家につもりI'm forgetting a
家にいるつもりです。
いるつもりです。Oh, right. I want to stay home. Or I plan to stay home. 家にいる家にいるつもりです。
あの旅館は安いですが、汚いです。
汚いです。Okay. あの旅館は安いですか？ですか？汚いです。汚いです。あの旅館。安いです。安いですが、汚いです。Stop sliding.
水が飲みたいです。
I heard water.
水
水がね
水が飲みたいです。
飲みたいです。花旅館顔痛い国
今年カナダに行くつもりです。
今
年カナダに行くつもりです。今年
カナダに行くつもりです。行くつもりです。今年カナダに行くつもりです。
この本はいいですが長いです。
この本はいいですが、いいですが、長いです。長いです。
冬に海で泳ぎたくありません。
No, I think, yeah, no, we're fine.
冬に
Ryuni, I'm looking for things I might have forgotten. It's so far, Tsumori is the only one.
冬に海で泳ぎたくありません。
Ryuni,
Umi.
Umi. Oh, arimasen. Oh. Ryuni, Yumi de oyogi. Oyogi arimasen.
ありません。 冬に海で泳ぎたくありません。たく
I forgot this grammar. I forgot this grammar point. So, oh, is that? No, that's not it. Okay. So we have verb. So oyogu, right? Taku aru. Okay. E and ko and she confuse you. I can kind of see where that's coming from because of the, yeah.
大阪に行きたいです。
Osaka ni ikitai desu. Kotoshi Kanada ni
に
iku tsumori desu.
いつもです。僕と行きたい？
Boku to itai? Itai? I skipped this syllable. Boku to ikitai? Kono ryokan.
に
Kono ryokan ni ita koto ga arimasu ka?
行ったことがありますか？
Oh, that's cursed.
こと
Don't mind Zadi. Zadi has a occasional problems with specific syllables together. It's a thing. It's our personality, okay? By that I'm kidding. But it is a thing with the voice sample that they have. The model that they have. Don't want to work anymore.
も
To work. Oh, to walk, not work. I was like, to work. I don't see any works here. Mo aruki wait a minute. Oh yeah, this is the same one. Aruki taku arimasen.
う歩たく
Taku
Arimasen.
arimasen. So, oh wait, I did cover this. It's the negation of the Thai form. That's what's making this possible. But I forgot that they attached it to aru. Yeah, it's the negation of the Thai form. So like aruku becomes aruki tai desu, right? But aruki tai desu, tai becomes ku or ta ku. So aruki taku nai would be the negation of the Thai Thai form, and then instead they use aru. So then it becomes arimasen. Do not So I'm kind of curious if I'm gonna. So the jury is out on if I can say aruki takunai. Takunai. I'm guessing aruki takunai is the plain form. The plain non-pass negation form, which they're not going to introduce both at the same time. They usually try to introduce the formal or the plain, usually not all together. Like, it would be a little crazy. Or trying to be conservative.
この
この旅館は綺麗。
きれい
綺麗なね? No. Do I need a na if it's ending with ga? Oh, I would use da. 綺麗。Yeah, 綺麗だか高い。
高い
Yeah, da to end it. Yes. 高い。Oh, this is an example. I think, okay, Cozy, don't quote me on this. I think this tense is da, so it's the plain non-past. Okay, it's the plain non-past. However, if you put des at the end of this, which is the formal non-pass, then the whole thing becomes formal and non-pass, even if there's a tense here that indicates the plain and non-pass. Like, kind of like that. Or maybe like it's a balancing act, like this is less formal than all formal. I don't know. But this is the part where that's occasionally that happens. So if you're saying like, oh, this is formal, right? That means I had to put a des here. Then it would create some problems. Like, it would not be grammatically acceptable if des was here and then des was back here. So I totally understand what you mean by pairing the tenses in a sentence that has two things. Yeah, totally get it. And it's a coincidence because it's this unit. It's this very unit. Maybe one in the last unit, but that's it. It's only been very recently. Not want to eat. I do not want to eat.
食べ
食べたくありません?
たく
たく
ありま
せん. Yeah. Fine. Bum, bum. Okay. Yesterday, there was so much digression. I finished my Japanese lesson at midnight my time. There's 27 minutes left, and I'm less than halfway.
チケットは後で買います。
Granted, yesterday I started an hour earlier, so.
チケット
チケットね。
チケットは後で買います。
チケットは後で買います。
買います。
Yeah, I'll buy a ticket later. And here's the dandan. Very, very cute word. All the repeatables are instantly cuter. I sound like that. I sound like that in Chinese too. I repeat words to emphasize things. So like known only bowl. Wang, right? So small, super very small bowl. Let's see. Okay, dandan. So, dandan atsui. Dandan atsuku. No, wait. So natsu wa
なは
dandan
だんだん
atsuku.
熱く
Wait, I didn't realize you had to conjugate. Atsuku. Oh yeah, right.
待つ
That's right. I made a note about atsuku and naru. That's the other grammar point. Atsuku and naru. Okay, right. It gets as in it becomes. This is an English issue. Like it gets is a little bit different from it becomes, and I think of a different word when it gets. But I get it. It becomes. So naru.
また後で来ましょ
You can't remember if there was 3 or so tenses in one sentence and other multiple grammar rules in one sentence. That sounds fun. Fun, intriguing, and frustrating at the same, potentially frustrating at the same time. It kind of reminds me of how I write my English sentences, everyone. Dan or mita. Oh no, not yet. I haven't seen it yet. I like the intro though. The Creepy Nuts intro is good. Yeah. Dan or mita koto ga aru. Aru? Yeah. I haven't seen it, but I did watch the intro. The Creepy Nuts intro. Talking about the anime, Dan. The visuals are so good for that intro. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I'm familiar with that anime, but I have not seen it yet. No. Not yet.
う。また後で来ましょ
また
また
後で
後で
Oh, hey. I hope you do great with your dual lessons right now. Thank you. Thank you, Herbie. It's very weird. You really have to get past the first episode, then it pulls you in. Oh, I'll give it a watch. If you're watching it and Iris is telling me about it, maybe I'll give it a watch. I need to stop digressing in order to watch it at some point though. Donna anime ga suki no? Suki no? The last anime. Yeah, the first episode's there's one weird scene. Okay. Now I have to watch the first episode. All right, you sold me. I'll watch the first episode whenever I'm finished. The last anime that I watched was. It's been a while. Last anime was Osama rankings. According to this. Oh no. No, it's Kusuriya no Hitori no Goto. So the what is it? Apothecary's diary. Journal. Diary. The diary of an apothecary. I don't know how they phrase the English, but Apothecary's diary was the last one I watched on someone's recommendation. Or someone's interest. Don't worry, it's not gonna be. Real talk. I watched How to Rent a Girlfriend because of someone, and it was okay. Like it can get weird. It's okay. I watched enough anime in my lifetime. We're prepared. No worries. It has crude elements, sort of. My condolences. It was okay. we were watching it for the Japanese. So like the person was like, "Oh, it's kind of fun because there's some sign language and whatnot." It's like, okay, and turns out the sign language was like part of 10% of the show. We're thinking like, you know, the sign language should be like regionally slightly different, because sign languages are also different across regions. And I haven't actually watched. I haven't watched it. This was coming off of the movie, the anime movie, A Silent Voice or something. It was another movie that I watched off the bat. It's like, oh, that's kind of neat. But no, it's like, it's more about the waifu romance thing. I cannot think of bananas apparently now. Let's just put it that way. Oh. Are we talking about bananas in the sense of eggplants, or what are we talking about? Bananas. Alright, you sold me. I gotta watch the first episode now. You remember I said I'm gonna do SL? Yeah. Oh, wait. No, isn't that why people watch anime for that? Like, I watch anime for the super serious, I'm going to shatter your life's perspective, coming of age stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna say, if I say conservatively, maybe like 300 or so anime, and I would say 95, like over 60% of it is like shatter your self-esteem, world crushing, like brutally human condition anime. I watch seinens most of the time. So like disgusting human beings, no one is free, no pure like protagonists, like everyone has flaws. Most of the characters seemingly go from likable to not likable, that kind of anime a lot of times. That's the type, except for recently Fierin, Frien is how most people say it, I suppose. Frien is my go-to if I had to highlight a anime that I've seen. It practically describes this whole vibe that I have as a person. So Frien would summarize pretty much anything I have to say about what I have to offer. You sound like you would really like William Faulkner novels. I would really like William Faulkner novels. That is accurate. That is very accurate. And then it could end up being esoteric, like a Walden book, you know? Like reading Walden. I still remember reading Walden. Although I'm not super hardcore to the point where I like things like, I still read them, but I don't think I can vibe too hard with things like Heart of Darkness or something. Heart of Darkness is a little too hardcore. Those are a little bit too esoteric. Maybe a little too flamboyant in the language. I would say I watch it for the art, but I just started. Oh no, JoJo Bizarre Adventure, and I actually dislike that art style, but vampires, wow. Yeah, Frien is. I wish that if people had a message to learn, like if people wanted a message to learn that's wholesome, that's also both painful, realistic, grounded, and still wrapped up in a package of that whimsical anime balance, probably be Frien in recent memory. That's something that allows to communicate some of the things that I do, or I want to say to most people, right? Like, regardless of your status, your seniorities, your like your feeling of self-worth and stuff, it's paved with the people, the company, and the legacy you built along the journey. And Rian most definitely illustrates that to a artistic, to a very restrained and well executed anime. And there's a sequel. We'll see if it follows up, you know? By the way, that's the same guy who wrote Chainsaw Man. Just thought I'd throw that out there. How did it get there? I don't know. I thought Chainsaw Man was fine too. It was entertaining. I hope that didn't. Pretty sure it was, right? Or am I thinking of a different show? Oh no, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Wrong one. That person did something else. Sorry. I'm thinking of the anime I'm thinking of the anime movie that communicates a similar thing. Sorry, that's the wrong person. This guy is the guy that did sorry, my bad. Calm down. I misspoke. This guy is the guy that did the director. I'm speaking specifically the director. What was it? I watched this other show. He hits on all cylinders. What was his last one? He's the one that did Oshinoko, right? Yeah, Oshinoko. Although, oh no, he didn't. What was the last one he directed? Oh, The Rock. Oh, yeah, Bochi, The Rock. He did some storyboarding and episode direction. Was the last one that I watched from him. He did a lot of key animation stuff, so he was an animator most of the time. And then the movie that I haven't seen. The movie that I haven't seen, he is the Chainsaw Man guy, which I want to see. I should see soon. Honestly, I should write a note. It's the anime movie. What is it called? It's a really great movie. Like, people like it. It's on Prime now, so I'm gonna watch it on Amazon Prime. It's like Closed Words or something. What's it called? I did see that there's a new Mononoke movie. Not to be confused with Miyazaki's Mononoke. Princess Mononoke. It's an obscure niche series that I quite liked. Mononoke. Does anyone know the movie name? Oh, Look Back. Look Back. Thank you, Iris. Yeah, Look Back. If you want, that's like the type of movie that I would watch. Like, personal preference. However, I watch whatever everyone else watches, really. If they're interested, I would watch it. But Look Back would be something I would go out and I would personally pick myself. My dad actually asked you, why don't I get an ultra wide? Cars. You could buy the ultra wide that I have. The ultra wide can be a little tough, but then you're going into the 600 territory. Just grab it. Tell your probably ultra wide. What is it? Watashi wa anime o miru. Miru something wa nihongo nanda. I see. So you watch anime something Japanese, and then what is the middle thing? D? Okay, so it's still a D, and U. DU. The reason I watch anime is Japanese. Oh, DU. Oh, Miru Ryu wa. Oh, that's kind of a fun construction. Huh. Watashi wa anime o. So, I, topic, object, Miru, and then you can put Ryu wa Nihongo nanda. Intriguing. That's such an interesting construction. I'm not advanced enough yet to understand that construction. I figured it had something to do with you watching anime because it's Japanese, but oh, very nice. Also, don't be shy about doing that. I'm okay with that. As long as I manage to finish my lesson, I suppose. But Mag, that's potentially more PS5 game money. Also, we gotta pay for the school fees soon, and that's 600 in itself. Ugh. School fees. Okay? Okay.
また後で来ましょ
また後で来ましょう。ね？また後で？No? ね？
う。また後で来ましょ
Oh, I already have.
う。き、
I was like, where's my atode? I don't see it. It's already up here. 来ましょう。
ます。
まだ後で来ましょう。Let's come back. Oh, later, right. Let's come back later. Right, 後で。Mata. How does that come out to back later? Like later, just later. Okay. I think we're just gonna commit this to rote memory. Throw it into the rote memory list. School fees are gross. Offers. School fees. 冬は寒くだんだん寒くね寒くなりますだんだん寒くなります。
寿司を食べたかった。
I think this is the first time I've seen one of your my mods. Oh, that's because he's the only mod. Well, actually, I actually have two mods, but they're just mods because they're the people I know personally. They don't actually do anything. Don't tell Coffers that. He doesn't actually do anything. He's busy living his life. You know? I know that's a mood, but you know.
寿司を食べたかった。
Sushi? I see oh sushi. Do you say sushi? Oh, I see you.
寿司を食べ
たね。
寿司を食べたかった。
食べたかった。ね? Oh.
たか
食べたかった。Wow, that's a weird separation of those. Way to throw you on the bus? What do you mean throw you under the bus? You're busy living your life. What more important thing than moderate? Like, that's far more important than moderating a channel. Come on. Okay. All right. I might get a little flame for that because there are people who moderate channels and enjoy doing it. I'll restrain myself on that one. I think you prefer to live your life as opposed to ending up as a moderator. You know? Okay. Jacket. Jacket.
チケット
Jacket. Jacket. Wait. I guess one is implicit here, right? Is it?
階高たです
Oh, wait.
た高です
Wait.
高たです
Yeah. Oh, wait. I wanted to buy. Oh, yeah. Right. We're using the Thai form. What am I doing? Yeah. This is just past tense Thai form.
週末はテレビを見たり買い物に行ったりします
You did until you burned yourself out. I miss it sometimes. Oh, moderating? That's interesting. I have not done any of that. I think that sounds devastating to my mental health. So I prefer the people watching with no responsibilities.
週末はテレビを見たり買い物に行ったりします
Oh, yeah. See, this is the interesting one. I have no other examples other than this one so far.
週末
週末
は
週末はテレビ週末はテレビを見たり
買い物
買い物に行くり行ったりします。Right? Yes. So using the ni as a series of things you would do, right? Suru. Only one example like that. It was in IRC chat before Discord really became a thing. Oh, yeah. Understandable. 週末はテレビを見たり、買い物に行ったりします。Oh, maybe it's this, right? Because you want to do those series of things. Or you do those series of things on weekends. So 週末はテレビ見たり、買い物に行ったりをします。Maybe? Dang it. Oh, it's the oh no, it is where it is. Okay. Oh, and because sudo is just attached to shopping. Iku, yeah, sudo. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. My first impressions were
韓国に行きたかった
how I should interpret it. 韓国に行きたかった。How do you go about this? What do you say?
韓国に行きたかった
韓国に行きたかった。行きたかった。たかった。行きたかった。Okay.
チケットを買いたかったです。チケット買いたかったです。チケットを買いたかったです。
買いたかった。That's okay. Something about some syllables. チケットの Koki.
飛行機
Actually, it's the other way around, I
飛
think.
行機オレンジ色
Ah!
オレンジ飛行機の
Koki no chiketo wa dandan
だんだん
dandan
高く
takaku takaku narimasu.
なります。
後でやります。
Ato de yarimasu. I will do it later. Okay.
韓国
韓国に韓国に
行き
行きた
た
Oh, 行き Wait 行き
たかったです
行きたかったです。
映画を見た後で家へ帰ります。映画
ね
を見た後で家へ帰ります。映画
映画ね
映画家
家で
映画
映画
あと
家で後でね
映画を見た後で家へ帰ります。あとで
Oh, yeah, after that. Oh, after. Yeah, okay. Actually, is there not a no there?
映画を見た後で家へ帰ります。
Oh, omita.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
That makes more sense. Ega, ega,
Mi. Ta.
mita. 後で家帰ります帰ります I mean, that kind of makes sense, right?
映画を見た後で家へ帰ります。
Okay, yep. After the movies, we returned home. Path home?
仕事の後映画を見た。
仕事の後映画を見た。I wonder what movie they watched. You know?
週末
Yumatsu. Okay. How to screw this up? Oh. I want to treat each one as independent clauses, I suppose. To some extent. 週末
テレビ
テレビを
を見
見たり見たり
たり
は週末はテレビを見たり買い物に行ったりします。
強くなりたい。
強くなりたい。Wait, hold. I think this is one that I forgot. How does this work? Oh, no, just kidding. This is the adjective and the naru. And then, ooh, wait. Oh, naritai. Oh, that makes sense now. Oh. No, this is slightly different. Because they're using the Thai oh, okay. That's just a combination of the Thai form of naru and then suyoku. So still doing the ooh. But this time with an adjective. Okay. And then naritai. I see. I want to be strong. Oh, that makes sense now. I want to be stronger.
夏はだんだん暑くなります。
That did not dawn on me yesterday when I was thinking about it. I'm like, oh, okay. I see. It fits with the rest of the unit. 夏はだんだん暑くなりです。なります。暑くなります。
週末はテレビを見たり買い物に行ったりします。
Oh, which is, here's an unexpected thing. Since I wasn't able to exchange Japanese during the Thanksgiving meal, I did get the opportunity to say Japanese paralleled in Chinese. So like I said something in Japanese and explained it in Chinese. Is that great? I don't have it like it was an opportunity, so I'm like, oh yeah, you know, I was also studying Japanese while I'm studying Mandarin, so let's say something in Japanese and explain it in Chinese because there's enough overlap now. We know enough Chinese expressions to explain Japanese phrases. So like how to explain like this Japanese part means this in Chinese as opposed to having to use English. That was kind of fun. Which it's closer to how I think about Japanese right now. Whenever I'm learning a new like grammar point or a new vocabulary, I'm thinking in Chinese, but I'm speaking in English. Like, oh, that's this thing, you know, that character. And it's hard to express it because if you say the Chinese word, it doesn't elicit the character. At least to a lot of people.
週末はテレビを見たり買い物に行ったりします。
Okay, 週末はテレビを見たりどこ見たり買い物に行ったりします。Oh my gosh, it's after midnight.
便利。
Bendy. Did I not write bendy today? I think I skipped bendy. Maybe not. If I did, it's fine. I might have skipped this.
便利。
We'll never know.
猫
Neko wa, oh, now we're practicing compound multiple adjectives. Only we don't have an example where the non-adjectives is before, but someone already chimed in yesterday, and it's as I thought. How you would conjugate a non-adjective in the forward position. But in this case, they didn't give us an example yet.
は
So, neko wa小さくかわいいです。
かわいいです。
ね? Something's missing. Oh, I need that's actually the that's actually the conjunction. Or that's the series marker.
私の辞書は小さくて便利です。
私の小さくて便利です。What is 辞書
は
Yep. 私の辞書は小さくて便利です。彼女の家は大くて高いです。
いえ、彼女のは 大きくて高い。
Oh. Oh, yeah, they just want plain form. That's fine. That's fine. Same difference. Drop the desk. Bendy.
便利
You can't tell.
彼の犬は小さくて可愛い
彼のね、犬
犬
彼の犬は
小さく
小さくてかわいい。
可愛い
Yeah, no other descriptions. Okay. 私の辞書
辞書
は
小さくて
小さくて便利です。
彼のパソコンは大きくて便利じゃない。
Wait. Oh, is that why you typed to me, Coffers? Oh. What the heck is that warband? Wow, that's juicy. Oh my gosh, you scammed your way to a perfect warband too. How long did this game even last? You totally stole that guy's build. Offers. I see you doing the golden quill. I see you golden quilling. The heckin' end of turn into the brand into the double proc on the smuggler. I see you learning from other people's tech. Good job. Excellent.
彼のパソコンは大きくて便利じゃない。
彼のWait. 彼の彼女。
彼のパソコンは大きくて便利じゃない。
彼のWhat is the object? Oh, パソコン。
パソコン。
彼のパソコンは
大きく
て便利じゃない。
便利じゃない。
Not big and inconvenient. Sir.
私たちの学校は大きくて新しいです
私の学校は大きくて新しいです。It's bag and new. Our school is bag and new. Yep, that's exactly what I wanted to say.
彼女の家は大きくて高い
It's okay, it's an honest mistake. You know? Big and bag? Come on. They practically look the same. You know? They practically look the same. Obviously. You're learning German? Well, how's the German learning, Norma? They must fear the chunk scam. Heckin' chunk scam.
彼女の家は大きくて高い
I don't even know how you managed to achieve that setup. That setup requires so much greed. It's going well? Nice, nice. How long have you been learning German, Norma?
彼女の家は大きくて高い
彼女
の
大きくて彼女ね家は大きくて高い旅館便利痛い国
猫は小さくて可愛いです
猫は小さくて
可愛いです
彼
のパソコンは
大きくて
便利じゃない。
じゃない。このお土産は綺麗で安いです。
You didn't get the battle cry tech till late game, but you did find a few devour spells. But you just pull it all on the Brambos. Oh, I see. Yeah, devours are underrated, man. If you're getting used to the devour spells and whatnot, and then the scrying spells, I think your Ellie game would be leveled. Like devour is essential to pass your Ellie game because early on you lose a lot of stats if you're constantly selling early and it takes forever to scale up. So finding devours is great. The reason why I mentioned that is because Ellie, you're often spamming for spells anyways, right? Keeping like your hand on devour or something, keeping it in hand, you can always transfer your stats. It's a tech and goes well with Ellie's. Your Ellie game is mid. Offers, go fix it. このお土産は綺麗で、綺麗で安いです。So this is the de for non-adjectives. Non-adjective extra if non-adjectives are in the first position. Yeah, get to work. Convenience stores are convenient and inexpensive.
コンビニ
コンビニは便利。
便利
便利で安い。
安い
私
のアパート。アパートは綺麗で。綺麗なで No, it's just
きれい
Do I need a na? No. Yes? There is a na there. No, I don't think so. Right? I heard the last one didn't have it.
で
So that might be a worth noting. That might be worth noting, right? 綺麗で I have a habit of
で
adding na if it's in the middle.
で
So 綺麗で綺麗で静かな場所 They're using 場所静かな場所
な
ところ not 場所ところ
ところ
I like how both of them are available ところ not 場所
と
But
ころ
that's show as well ところ not place Oh, you know what? Oh, I totally see it now. Oh, wait. No. I don't see it. Never mind. Just kidding. It's this one. No, I don't see it. Just kidding. Kidding. False alarm.
この
このお土産
お土産
このお土産
は
は綺麗で高い。just kidding. 安い。
きれで
安いです。
です。
Alright.
アイヌの人は北に住んでいます。
アイヌの人。
アイヌ
の人。
は
北に住んでいます。
住んでいます。
一周
Okay.
一周
アイヌの人に会いました。
会いました。
アイヌ
の人に会いまし
会い
た。
ました。
国
旅館一緒 I keep saying 一緒 I think I might have said 一緒earlier today too. 一緒 Oh, and I think I said something else. This is hen.
変
I think I might have said like Atari or something. And which that means I might have mixed that up with Tsumori, which is something I forgot. Okay. So I made a couple errors actually. 3 errors in the recall.
変
And
で
bendy.
僕は日本を一周したいです。僕
僕
は
は日本ね。
日本
日本の You just started it. It's gonna be your seventh foreign language. What's the first six, Norma? And how does one require, like, how does one use a foreign language? And what's your parental language? So I'm guessing this is your eighth language then total. Or maybe you have more than one non-foreign language.
僕は日本を一周したいです。
Oh,
一周
一周したいです。
したいです。
I want to go around Japan. 一周したいです。I want to travel around Japan.
便利
bendy. And how does maintenance work for your languages? Since this is your seventh, how do you provide maintenance, or how do you go about maintaining the other six?
旅館
旅館
国一周
変
この辺にいいレストランはありますか？
この辺にいいレストランはありますか？
夏休みに海外旅行に出かけるつもりです。
I missed something. Mori before tsumori. Oh, dekakeru. Dekakeru. It was the same. I haven't heard dekakeru in a while. Maintenance sound just as difficult as first learning them. I know, right? Probably. Sounds like a lot of maintenance. Making space for a seventh foreign language, though.
夏休み
はい、夏休みに
に旅行
に出かけるつもりです。
です。
No.
夏休みに海外旅行に出かけるつもりです。
海外海外 You just assembled your PC? Oh, your snail? How did it work? Did you find out? Listen. When you disassemble, did you test all the parts while you're disassembling it? Your Eternity Time Machine PC? Natsuyasumi ni. Oh, which by the way, I forgot to tell you. That pre-build, that's a pretty good bargain. Was that the current price I saw? Like, it's still at the current price I saw, right? That's a pretty solid build. You weren't kidding about only the 5% markup. It's a very low markup. Yep, it just sold out though. Oh. I suppose that makes sense. I didn't tell you guys this, but it was shattered in the mail 3 months ago, so there's glass everywhere right now. Not that it's what caused the slowness though, because it was already slow. I haven't tested it since it got crushed. Oh my. Wow. Oh my gosh. The crush was like the final straw for you. Yeah, okay. Wow. It wasn't meant to be. Blair. It wasn't meant to be. The snail wasn't gonna get some training and become a fast snail. Hold up, I'll drop a pic in the disc. Okay. RIP. Rip snail computer. 海外、海外旅行、right? 海外旅行に出かけるつもりです。出かけるつもり。
日本にはアイヌの人たちがいます。
日本にはアイヌの人たちがいます。And人たち。Okay.
この
この辺にこの辺に
コンビニは
No.
コンビニ
Okay.
はありますか？
私は去年海外に行った。
私は去年海外に来た。I mean, 行った。I keep saying key. I need to stop it. 行った。I went overseas. 去年。私は去年海外に行った。
この
この area. Like このOh, they did do it. Oh, now it makes sense. That totally makes sense now. After I did some homework as well on hen.
あたり
Atari. That's why I said atari. Oh. So I didn't technically make a mistake. I was thinking of atari. Okay, so it's what was it? Hen and atari. Okay. That it's less confusing now. Yesterday I wasn't paying that much attention to that. So we have hen as a standalone. And then atari. Okay. Oh, picks up the crushed PC. Let me see this. Let me see this unfortunate travesty. It's not as devastating as I thought. But that's unfortunate. It has some pretty nice parts in it, actually. Are you going to disassemble it for parts? Do any of the parts work? Oh, wow. Seeing that RAM just chilling below the GPU, yikes. Dude, flying glass though. Turning it on and having flying glass. Imagine having what do you call those things? Tempered glass flying everywhere. Quechua and Spanish, okay. Lingua materna, fair enough. Materna. Italian, French, Portuguese, Navajo, English, some German. Oh, okay. I see your collection of Romance languages. And then Navajo. Neat. Very neat. So, I imagine then Italian, French, Portuguese, Navajo, English, and German. How are you maintaining them? That's honestly one of the reasons I don't like having a glass side panel on my chassis. Yeah, I have mesh panels most of the time. Or not most of the time. I only have one chassis, so like what I mean is this one chassis has been through All of it. Yep, was your own fault for now packaging it properly. I packed it very well on the outside but forgot cushion for the inside. Even better, I of course should have just removed the parts before sending. Oh no. Oh no. It'll be different this time, Sub-Zero. Life lessons. You got this. この hatari.
あたり、
Atari. I keep saying hatari. Atari. Wait. Yeah. Right? Atari. Or, in other words, Atari, guys. You feel me? You feel me, guys? Am I too old? Is this too old? Am I showing my age? Atari. 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 Old. I know. First it was the Amino meme. Now I'm talking about Atari, which is like even subtract like another 2 decades. Actually more. I forgot. It's 2020 now. Subtract like 3 decades or more. この辺りね。この辺り。辺りに映画館。
映画、館、わ
辺りは映画館ねのはありますか？
ありますか？
海外旅行をするのは好きですか？
海外をするの。海外旅行するのは好きですか？
海外旅行をするのは好きですか？
するの。I like saying するの. I kind of like using the no. I'm not the biggest fan on koto, though. By saying することは right? することは好きですか? As opposed to するのは I don't know. Maybe する is the common denominator here. 旅行海外旅行。
海外旅行をするのは好きですか？
Is there an extra? No, there isn't. Okay.
アイヌ日本
日本には愛の人たちがいます。
います
Who knows? Maybe this will wake her up for once. I would be interested to know if most of your parts still work though. I feel like you can probably salvage most of the parts though. You know?
僕
僕は Okay, 僕は
日本
日本 How does this work? 日本の
一周
したいです。I think a 9700K is really good. So you probably want to at least salvage the 9700K. I don't know about the motherboard. Yeah, the 9700K is pretty solid. What was your GPU in there? It looks like a pretty mid boy size. Oh, that's the 1660 Super. Okay. Maybe not so much the 1660 Super. Enjoy traveling abroad.
海外、
海外
旅行、
旅行。海外旅行は
は、
ね No.
は、
海外旅行するの。Wait.
を、旅行、旅行、する、を、
Yeah, yeah. They're using the direct object, right? Yeah. 海外旅行するのが、
の、
するのは、
は、
好きですか？
で、か、
Alright, one more. And then we're just gonna end this and then go to our Chinese lesson. Because we're over 36. A lot of time behind. Question is, how am I gonna troubleshoot this mess if it doesn't turn on though? I would first take it outside to your garage if you have like a garage or something, and make sure that when you plug in the PSU, you can hit the power supply, and then the power supply doesn't like randomly smoke. And then I don't know, find a box and then put the motherboard on top of the cardboard box outside, and then like plug the power into the motherboard and see if it has like a code, if it posts at all. And then if the motherboard's okay, I think all the other components you can plug and chug and troubleshoot. But the motherboard has to post. Otherwise, like if the power supply lit on fire and you smell smoke, you're done. And then if the power supply is okay and then you plug the motherboard, you can place the motherboard like on a piece of cardboard at any time, and you can plug in the power. And if the motherboard posts, then maybe that's fine. If both of them have to work before you can do anything. However, you don't know if anything fell into the glass, the PSU. If something is screwed, I think the motherboard, all the glass got smeared over it. Yeah, exactly. So I would check that there isn't glass in your power supply first. So, take it outside, have like an extension cord or something and plug it in and just turn on the switch. Like, without anything attached to it. Just turn on the switch of the power supply to make sure it's not smoking. And then take the motherboard and then see if it's okay. If not, then you're done. You're pretty much done. And the way you would troubleshoot, in my opinion, is once you get another PC that you can, I guess you don't have another spare motherboard, do you? Or a PC somewhere. Because then it's plug and chug, right? The GPU is plug and chug. The RAM is, everything's operational. You can get to the BIOS even without any of those things working. Except for this, I get the CPU will be fine. I think the CPU is usually. Ni hao, Timmy. Ni hao. You could try that. I don't have a garage though. Living in a small apartment, a student apartment. Oh. I'm really scared that your power supply has like glass shards in them. There is a moving part in your power supply as well. We got to be clear here, right? I'm pretty sure you don't have a fanless power supply. Those things only came about still rarely. So there is a moving part in your power supply, which it's a turning fan. So you want to make sure you don't set your whatever on fire. It doesn't happen that often, but be on the safe side. Be safe. Power supply is mean. Yeah, the power supply has an internal fan. 90, I would say 90% of power supplies still have an internal fan. So be careful. Just check to a power supply. There's definitely a lot of shattered glass in there. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. I wouldn't turn it on. I probably wouldn't turn it on. It's probably gonna contact. It's probably making a lot of contact with all of your like capacitors and all that stuff. That's way too scary. I'm glad my power supply is on the other side of your chassis. Oh, you have a separate divider? I see.
外国に行ったことがありますか？
外国人。ね？
外国
No, 外国に行ったことがありますか？
ありますか？週末はテレビを見たり買い物に行ったりします。週末
Yes, 週末はテレビを見たり買い物ね。買い物に行ったりします。
たりします。
布団の中から出たくない。
Man, real talk right now. I'm a little bit hungry, but I can't really convey to the I forgot his name, but his cheesecake was so good. Offers that cheesecake that I had the other day. It was so good. I actually think it, man. Now I want some cheesecake. We don't have sweets in the house too often, but cheesecake. 布団の中から Wait, 布団の中から出たくない Right. 出たくない English? That's some rough English.
雨を見たことがあるの？
Keep annoying Jassy for the win. No, thank you. Oh, you were looking at getting a new chassis soon? I have a really wonderful chassis that I want to get at some point too. It's gonna be another year though beforehand. It's gonna be about a year around this time. We've had a plan. Making a list. We're checking it twice, and I'm not talking about Santa. Computers are such incredible machines, not just in their capabilities to operate, but in the ways they fail. Well, that went the other way. The only more incredible machine I know is in our heads. Indeed. Thankfully, the fail-safes in our head are usually 99% of the time consistent. Like in the ways of its fundamentals. But in terms of the relative subjectivity of failure, I'll let everyone else debate on what the capacities of our heads are. It's very life experience dependent.
雨を見たことがあるの？
あるね。雨の。Oh no, 雨の。雨の。 Oh, I don't even know the lyrics. I only every time I hear Amino, I'm just like na 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 ni na na. I'm gonna hear it again. I swear, am I the only one that knows this meme? Please tell me I'm not the only one that knows this meme. Amino.
雨を見たことがあるの？
雨
を見たことがあるの？
見て。
に、ある、ある。
見たこと。みんなことが
あ
ある
るの。
の。
コンビニは便利で安い。
We're making up memes now? Listen. Sub-Zero. I bet you jam to that song. Don't even. I bet you jam to that song. It's like, what is the, coffin box, that funeral box song dance thing? It's kind of like that, actually. But, think about it like 10 years earlier. I forgot what it's called. Let me see. Your chassis you're looking at. Huh. They have an optional... Oh, no more glass. I think these ones do have a optional mesh panel though, side panel. You can actually get this in an optional side panel, like a mesh side panel as well if you want it. What am I looking at? I am looking at... Find it here. Does Amazon not list this? Oh, Amazon does list this. Oh no, incoming, very, very large link incoming. There is a glass panel on this side too, but, oh, wait. The link is too long. But I was, one of the options I was looking at is a fractal designed north case with a, potentially if there's an option to meshify the left side, the left panel, although it's relatively small. It's okay. It's probably, we're probably gonna go with the XL model. Let me see if I can get like a non like spammy, like a smaller link. Here we go. This smaller link is fine. Yeah, you can get it in a non. Yeah, probably a fractal. That's one of them. Yeah, and this one, like particularly, like a mesh side all around. So north, a fractal design north XL, probably. Unless something really interesting happens next year. There's this design and one other design. Listen, Sub-Zero, we don't... I'm not a pleb, okay? I don't share... No, I'm kidding. Okay, let me see your chassis. Should I be doing like a review the chassis? Oh! Sorry. What is that? I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Sub-Zero. Yeah, we have some. That's very edgy, Sub-Zero. That's a very edgy case. Listen, Sub-Zero, we don't belong to the same generation. I like elegance. You're very edgy, Sub-Zero. You're very edgy. No, but you like the slimmer ones? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But man, those angles. You scream youth to me. That screams youth to me. I'm too old for this. I can't be giving conflicting messages about being a gamer boy. What is that design? Yeah. Here's the other one. Oh, which, if I'm ambitious, I'll probably do a micro ITX build. But here's the other chassis that deals with some. This one has some glass. This is the other one. They're both mid towers. I have a full tower, by the way. I've had the same full tower since my first PC build. I've had the half X since ever. This is the other one. And I haven't decided what color, but that looks like an incubator. Of course it looks like an incubator. That's the best part about it. It looks like a gestation pod. That's the whole point. It's so neat. And I like the color choices. Listen, it's like a sci-fi thing. It's practically a capsule. You know, like from Mega Man. That's literally the point. You want to put an egg in it. I know, right? That's quite literally the point. In my opinion. I think they were going for that. Yeah, it's a pod. I like the pod aesthetic. At least I'm not a gamery angle man here. Sub-Zero. Konbini wa bendy desu. Bendy de yasui. Modern sci-fi, the two spectrums, yes. I like full tower unless the micro ITX is that small, you don't even notice it's there. This one is a vertical mounted micro ITX. So if you're looking at the components in their docked image, it's very interesting the way it's done. So I like it because it means that I can hook it underneath my hook it and suspend it underneath my desk. It makes for a very interesting look. Company wa bendy de. Oh, nope. But usually I go for modern designs most of the time. So like Fractal Design North, the Fractal Design is like, it's like 80-20. The other one is being adventurous. I tend to be very adventurous. Do you even like? Here's my first. here's my first case. I got this. It's still like I could still resell it for a lot. Interestingly enough, this is my first case. Like, holy heck, it's a tank. It's gone through all of it and it's still like unscathed. They don't make these anymore. They haven't made these in a long time. Industrial. Super industrial. Obviously nothing I have is red anymore, but we've since replaced all the fans. I've had that thing since the very first PC build I've ever made. Oh, we're getting close to 2 decades now. Getting close to 2 decades. Convenience stores are convenient and inexpensive.
また後で来ましょう。また
また後で来ましょう。
来ましょう。
このお土産は綺麗で安いです。
Oh, it's heavy. It is bulky as heck, but it was a lot of fun. The case itself is like 20 pounds. Like 9 kilos, something like that. It is industrial. It is an industrial workhorse. Back when the high airflow series from Corsair was, or Cooler Master, sorry, from Cooler Master were like the gold standard for airflow configurations. He liked Silverstone, I see. I'm now more like fractal design. I'm pretty much a fractal design person. If not, I would splurge on a Lee and Lee. Is that what you mean by Lee and Lee? Lee and Lee? Yeah. I would probably splurge on a Lee and Lee if I'm more of like a modernistic thing. So Lee and Lee makes very modern designs. I still see some of those around. The half X's. Yeah, the high airflow ones. HAF. Yeah. Like there were many halves, like half they have different numbers, but all the half models, the half series. High airflow series. I'll probably convert this tower into like a secondary PC. Fantex? Yeah, Fantex. Sub-Zero's pre-build had a Fantex. In white? Fair enough. このお土産は綺麗で安いです。Okay, we got finished. Oh no. What has my life?
私
私のアパートは綺麗でところ
です
ところです。Wait. What am I missing? Mo? Na? Oh. 静か。
静かな
静か
ところ
です。
ところ
どの国に行ったことがありますか？
You got nothing now? Maybe one day, Cozy. One day. I look forward to hearing when you get it. It's a Japanese only day. I know. It's starting to look like a Japanese only day. You prefer a solid front over glass? Not a big fan of the design of the pre-build you sent, which had glass in the front? Yeah. It's got to breathe. Unless it has a bottom intake and a top exhaust, but then that's like coming out towards you. So having a glass forward, the intakes are coming from you're creating static pressure to push up. So that's pretty okay. It just looks like a speaker when you see the fans at the front through the glass, in your opinion. Listen, Sub-Zero. If you just called the thermal take an incubator, your thing looks like a console on like a corner container, a pickup container in a sci-fi video game, okay? I'm just saying. You can crack it open and pick up your, bullets, your ammo. It kind of looks like something that would be in Apex Legends as a pickup pickup spot, okay? How's that for throwing shade, huh? Making fun of my capsules. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's definitely a different aesthetic. We all of us have very different aesthetics. Well, maybe not cozy. I feel like I'm vibing with cozy. Are you referring to Lian Li? Cozy? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with Lion Li. If that's a manufacturer. Because I am out of the manufacturing. Like, I haven't really explored too much on the case industry, so I don't know if that's a manufacturer. The luxury case peeps. Are you talking about the luxury case manufacturer, Lian Li? This one? That's a splurge. I would like to splurge on a Lian Li case. It's one of those like, yeah, check out, like the case speak for itself. Don't know. It's kind of like a Bentley in my opinion. Like, it feels like a Bentley. And what Sub-Zero is going for is he's going for like an Aventador or something, like a heckin' loud Lamborghini. And I guess I'm so old now. I preferred my like Bentleys. In F1, no, I don't think it has the design language. I don't think Lian Li has the F1 design language. It's more like Porsche. Like Porsche, maybe a Ferrari has more subtler lines. It's very smooth. F1 is not it. F1 is more like Fantex. Yeah, it doesn't scream F1. Oh, you're talking about Fantex. Oh, Ferrari. Oh, yeah. Ferrari. Yeah. Yeah, Ferrari is, yeah, I think Lian Li feels very, very much like that. If that's what you mean. It has like smoother lines, more elegance. And then Sub-Zero is going for loud. Very loud. Still somewhat elegant, but loud. And then I feel like Fractal Design gets closer to more like the Bentley thing, where there's like wood in your console all of a sudden. It's like, oh, okay. I dig it. The capsule, the thermal take reminds me more of a niche car, like a Mini Cooper. Like a mini. Something that sticks out is like, oh wow, that looks interesting. Dono kuni ni itta koto ka masu ka? I have friends in many, many countries.
私
Says not me.
は
私は
くに
国にたくさんの友達。
友達
友達ね。がいる。
が
Oh.
のたくさん
What? Do I need...
あとに
I guess it's the friends of you? Oh. Okay, like friends, like the topic's friends, so I'm like, what is missing here? Thermaltake has some really nice regular designs if you're not looking for an incubator. Wow, jeez. The Thermaltake's other regular designs, I personally do not think rivals Fractal design. So personally, I like their out of the box designs far more. Regular design is pretty mid. I mean, they're regular designs. I don't usually look for regular designs. The Fractal design is not regular either. The Fractal North XL is not a regular design. I like a part of eccentricity in it. With a piece of elegance. So, without saying too much, if I had to throw about the case that you're eyeing, it's very regular. It's very regular, which is very functional. It's a very functional design. The fractal toaster design. Interesting. It can kind of look like a toaster. Yeah.
この
Oh no. Fantex screams to me. Fantex screams, I'm trying a little. And that's about it. That's kind of how I feel about Fantex. Kono ryokan.
旅館
Kono ryokan wa
きれい
kirei. Oh, kirei ga
が
kirei ga takai. Kirei da daka takai.
Takai.
Have you been to the traditional Japanese?
この
Kono
旅館
ryokan
に
ni
い
itaka
が
ne? Oh no,
が
ita ことかありますか?
ありますか
Fantex with what's trending? I don't think Fantex is trending. Personally. Oh, the RGB? Oh, okay. That's fair, actually. The RGB, yes. I totally get behind that. With the RGB. They try. Yeah. I mean, obviously we don't talk about the other industrial things because they're like only serviceable, right? I think things like Corsair and Cooler Master, they're like industrial. They're the workhorses. So we don't really talk about them. You buy them because they're functional. Oral Cooler Master, the old schools. The Carbide is still popular, I think. The Corsair? Does Corsair make the Carbide? I remember when that was super... Yeah, the Carbide series. Man, people really loved the Corsair Carbide series. It was gigantic, but it had like that interesting separation. One side, that hit really hard when it was still trending. I'm not sure how popular it is now. Oh, right. Solar Master Cosmos. That was an interesting idea too. Speaking of pre-built, okay, one last thing before I switch to Chinese. One last thing. A shot in the dark. Sub-Zero. Sometimes when I think of pre-builds, I think of like uncharacteristic things, and I think Omen had a really risky chassis. Did anyone remember the Omen Omen PC's cube? That cube shape PC? I don't even know what it's called. The heckin' like cube shaped one. What was the name of it? It was probably like a limited edition thing that they did. I don't think it worked out though. Oh, here it is. The Omen X. Yeah. The Omen X. Yeah, that one. If anyone wants to see a retailer attempt, like one of like HP or Dell like, and Lenovo, I think HP's Omen one was like, okay. I'm not sure if that might be going a little too ham on the eccentricity. Slightly going a little too ham. A wee bit. Alright, folks. We had lots of good discussions, lots of fun things. I think the take-home message of today's really, really long digressions and stuff is that be happy, right? Yeah. What was it? Consistency, right? We were talking about space repetition and whatnot, but personally, the person is the consistent thing. Hopefully everyone finds meaning and feeling good about getting up each day, right? Doing something, holding on to the thing that gives you value, right? And then knowing that when you wake up, it's a new day to get more value. +1 each day. Sometimes go for +2, +3. Sometimes you get +20s. Occasionally you get -1s and -2s, but you gotta hit that net positive gains, right? And we're not talking about exclusively gym things. You gotta hit those gains. Mental, language learning, what have you. I know there's a lot of minuses in life, right? Obligations and whatnot. With great ingenuity and potential sources of motivation. Good job, guys. Keep on doing great jobs for yourself if there's anyone else. And you know, as a thing about learning, I personally think when one is learning as a hobby and they have their self, so obviously without going into much detail, one of your greatest opponents is yourself, right? Self-studying, self-motivating, voluntary learning, that you yourself are your greatest obstacle. If it's not for you, finding someone to obligate yourself to, that's always a suggestion, right? If it's not for a stranger who streams Duolingo online, then it's your closest friend. Maybe someone else, or your soon-to-be friends, you know, things like that. One can find great joy in obligating themselves due to the nature of interacting with other people. if so needs that motivation. Alright folks, I'm gonna conclude today's Japanese lesson. We're not gonna do the kanji thing. Gotta move on to our Chinese lesson. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. And until next time, またね、じゃあね、皆さん. I'll be back. I gotta walk and stretch. We're overtiming. I'm gonna get a beverage, some glucose. I'll be back with Chinese lesson. Thank you, thank you. All right, welcome back, folks. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第171天。Today is day 171. We are wrapping up unit 3, and it is a gigantic unit. So hopefully we can get this crushed out. I am absolutely bonkersly late. I think this has become a tradition nowadays. Will Maku ever be on time to his Chinese lesson? You know? Start taking bets, folks. It could be tomorrow. It could be the day after. Actually, with that said, I will be away again. I might have to pick another day. It seems like everyone feels like hosting dinners and stuff. So I might be heading off to another dinner. We'll see. All right. 让我们开始吧。Let's get started. Alright. How rough is this? Let's find out. For Unit 3. Start by drawing a blank, because I'm very good at that. What is my tether? Useful phrases is not very useful. Okay. Dear Hua. Chung 指 you. Nah, we'll take it. Oops. Gotta go quick. 充电下载下载Duolingo 应用诶句子What does it look like? What could it possibly be? I don't remember. Let's hold that for now. Wait. Oh, I remember now. Wow. 句子 What was I writing? Oh. 语法回答sloppy 回答This one I forgot yesterday, so we're adding it. Uh, fan, fan, yi, fan, wait, fan, yi, yeah, fan, yi, fan. Oh, and I actually written it incorrectly yesterday. Well, I written it in my head. I thought I wrote the bottom part. However, when I looked back, I didn't write the bottom part. So, awkward. Ugh. This one's really dense. So fun. So big. Like two characters, I can't squish it together. On ye. Which ye was it? Okay, we'll leave that for now. Zeben. 词典。简单。简单。简单。流利。流利。流利。Okay. Do I remember? On ye. No. No dice. Dian hua ka. Guo nei. Wait. Oh no, that's fine. 国际。漫游。转机。转机。转机。 转机柜台。导游shaky hands. Terrible flashbacks to Os. 导游订房会房取消Oh, that's a little too aggressive. 取消诶有没有银行换钱诶 Got more. There's actually more in this unit. 饺子饺子 Oh no, yeah, 饺子哪个饺子哪个集What? Am I drawing a blank on this? The one that I typically draw a blank. Oh, okay, I got it. That's sloppy. 照顾And then we had an extra one that we missed. 2 actually. Mun. 慢词 I think. Yeah. 死了 Imagine dying of boredom. We were just talking about boredom during the Japanese lesson. Actually, I'm not sure if there's a extra stroke there. I'll have to double check that.咳嗽咳嗽咳嗽咳嗽咳嗽咳嗽抽烟抽烟按笑了东京东京so we're going back to 汉译Daddy. Wait. Yes. Why does it have to be there? 这一 right. Wait. Did I mess something up? I remember that I made an error yesterday. What was the error? Another error yesterday. That's okay. It's this one. Right. Okay. Unit 2. Interest. New set of interest. Whoops. Right. 为了了解 That looks like a blob.了解特别 Oh, it's this one.特别跟兴趣跟兴趣 进去去 I think I screwed this one up too. 去we'll hold on to that. 进去 Yeah, I'm not quite sure. 好像 that was awful. 好像功夫 对 麻将 got stuck on this yesterday too. For 酱 酱 No, wait.麻将 自行车 骑 骑 Oh, wait. 骑自行车 文化 茶文化 历史 Is that really it for this unit? I feel like my list for this unit is getting smaller and smaller. So, 兴趣 去 it's this 去 yeah, okay. all right, so this should go quick, right? It's the third day and then we're gonna skip Han's practice. Oh my goodness, we slacked off so hard.
他现在必须要离开。
Okay. 他现在必须要离开。 必须要。
需必要
Got how that differs from 需要。
要需必需
That's not the same 需 right?
要需必
你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。你们
要
星期五
你们星期五要something
你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。以前要
必须要完成
你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。必须你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。必须要
完成作业喂你们星期五以前必须要完成作业作业 is homework or homework in general and 完成 finish your assignment Friday yeah
你知道新校长是谁吗？
你知道新校长是谁的？喂，校长？
你知道新校长是谁吗？你知道新校长是谁吗？
新校长
每天他在家附近的公园跑步。
每天他在家里oh no 每天他在家附近的公园跑步。
每天他在家附近的公园跑步。
公园跑步。
对不起，我可以向你借笔记吗？
对不起，我可以向你，我可以向你笔记，向你喂，向你。Oh no, I don't remember. Is that?
对不起，我可以向你借笔记吗？
哦，借 ，yeah，wait, what？
借
借 ，yeah，借笔记吗？Looks like 借 checks out with Hariru。对不起，对不起，我可以向你借，你借笔记吗？ 我今天忘记ache，我今天忘记写笔记，写的笔记呢？
我今天忘记
写笔记。我今天忘记的我今天忘记写的 I think it's 写的笔记 No, it's not. What the heck? Oh, 我忘记 Oh, that makes sense where the does. Why I'm forcing a duh. Okay. 我忘记写今天的笔记 Today's notes. Oh, I remember I had a problem with this. This English is not conducive to phrasing it this way. They're talking about I forgot to take today's notes. In my opinion, not the regular day, like just in general today.
他现在要去见校长。
现在要去见校长。
我太喜欢酒的味道了。
我太喜欢酒的味道了。
我不知道那是什么味道。
我不知道
味道。不，味道。
我不
知道。那是味道是
那味道是什么？
什么？我不知道那是什么味道。
哦，那是什么味道？哦
，7点差10分。
7点差10分。7点差10分。10 minutes to 7. Let it go. 我不知道那是什么味道？
我不知道。
我不知道
那什么？
那是什么味道？
味道。
7点差10分。
7点差10分。
他想向我借钱。
我
他
向我借钱。他想我。
他想向我借钱。
他想向我借钱。哦，借钱。Kind of tough to hear, actually. Okay, so 我忘记 我放弃写今天的笔记
笔记
How's one？
你最喜欢的甜点是什么？
你最喜欢的甜点是什么？小费。
小费。
已经。广东已经。生病。甜点。
足球。
我要穿什么去这个派对？
我要穿什么去这个派对？
你穿红色的衣服最漂亮。
你穿红色的衣服很漂亮。你穿 OK 你穿黄色喂红色。
你穿红色的衣服最漂亮。
I turned it to yellow.
红色
的衣服很漂亮。最漂亮。
你穿红色的衣服最漂亮。
我忘记买纸了。
可以给我一张纸吗？
可以给我一张纸吗？可以给我一张纸吗？
虽然那条裤子很便宜，但是不舒服。
虽然那条裤子很便宜，但是不舒服。你的最爱的甜点是什么？
你
最爱你最喜欢你最喜欢的甜点是什么？
站在你们中间的人是谁？
站在你们中间的人是谁？
我坐在爸爸和妈妈中间。我坐在妈妈和爸爸中间。我坐在爸爸和妈妈中间。妈妈。
努力学习，天天向上。
努力学习，天天向上。努力学习。And make progress every day? Okay, fair enough. Hello again, Edith. Oh, it's been a while, Edith. How's your health? I feel like we had quite a lot of discussions about health. Hope you're doing well and feeling good.
你我你
你
像
像你
像可以
或者是
可以
可以你可以
像
你可以向
我
你可以向我
借
借笔记吗？Oh, notebook. Yeah. 笔记本吗？
吗
Better, but you may need another blood transfusion one day. Do you happen to have someone or some source of that? Well, I'm happy to hear you're doing better. Guess that's for worry for a little bit down the road. What have you been doing with your improving health lately, Edith? What the heck? Oh, 我可以. Oh, yeah. Whoops. Oh, it's backwards because the person I'm borrowing. Oh, backwards.
秋天不冷也不热。
秋天不冷也不热。It is it is not it is neither neither cold nor hot in fall. Yeah, you can go to the emergency room if you need it done. Ah, okay. That's nice. Peace of mind, right? A peace of mind. So, what have you been up to?
北京
北京北京像个呢 Last fall. Oh,
秋天
北京秋天
前
秋天前他 came 他来了。Oh, 去年 okay, fair enough. And then they decided to make her the subject. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. Oh, I did a Japanese thing. Oh, that was Japanese order. Oh, I started thinking Japanese. The web version makes you drag the words instead of simply clicking on them. You can click on them.
不准
Oh no,
不准
I don't know if you can click on them.
可以
Oh yeah, you can click on them. I just happen to be using a pen. So I have to tap down on the pen, which I don't do.
我
It doesn't work that way
What?
with the pen. Just studying and stuff, been focusing on Korean and Japanese studies. Alright, solid. Yeah, you can use a mouse. I'm not using a mouse.
像可以不两中作业
Yeah. So,
作业
but I'm not using a mouse at the moment. So it doesn't really work that way.
我你
你
像
像你可
可
以
以
你可以向我
我
借你可以向我
借
借笔记本吗？
笔吗
Oh, I did it again. What kind of tablet am I using? Using a stylus? Professional? No. Well, we're using right now we're using a Wacom CTL 472. I use it because I have to write stuff on the screen. That's how we do it.
他
去年秋天来了北京。
北京
Have to or just helps you more? No, I just choose to do it. It's some writing is a form of engagement, so I don't have to do it, nor it does help me to some extent. It helps me with engagement. I see. I have one of those extension company tablets. Oh, yeah. I do writing at the beginning and at the end of I do the writing at the beginning of every session, and then writing at the end situationally. On day ones of new units, I create a writing web for my recalls at the beginning of each session.
我
可以向你借笔记本吗？
我还没有完成作业。
我还没有完成作业。对。我还没有完成作业。
我们可以去哪里买帽子？
我可以去哪里？我们 no。我们可以去哪里买帽子？Oh, where can we go to? Actually, I'm kind of curious if they would accept this. It's worth a shot. Let's see if they accept this. Oh, they do. Because go to is an English thing, in my opinion. 已经 dang it. Actually, let me make sure. 已经 and they said
已经
okay. 已经 I got the right tone in my head. From my end, your accent sounds pretty good. That's nice. Thanks. Thanks.
已经
已经ね帽子耳朵
衬衫
Oh, that's 衬衫耳朵 Sorry, I was thinking of the bottom one. 衬衫 Right.
公园在他们的学校附近。
公园在他们的学校附近。That other way around. Okay.
科学
豆浆 this is big. It's 银 something 也季节
季节
公园。
他虽然生病了，但是没有请假。
他虽然生病了，但是没有请假。OK， 虽然公司的附近有一个公园。Is that what they want?
公司
公司的 no, that doesn't work with what we have here. Oh wait, yeah, there it does work.
附近
公司附近有一个公园。Wait. Oh,
我
my company. 我公司附近有一个公园。
我的姐姐最近花太多钱了。
太多钱。我的姐姐最近花Which tone is it?
我的姐姐最近花太多钱了。
最近花太多钱了。我的姐姐最近花太多钱了。最近
我花了太多时间做这个事情。我
花了太多事情。事情
时间
时间哦，对，时间 works。时间做这个问题。这个 no。工作事情，
我花了太多时间做这个事情。
OK, that's fine.
我们班一共有多少人？
我们班一共有多少人？喂，
我们班一共有多少人？
多少人？哦，多少？哎呀，多少？我们班How many people are in our class in total? I think that sounds right? That checks out in English. Nope. Oh, how many people are there? Oh, right. English.
他的班有5个男孩子和5个女孩子。
How many boys and girls? 他有他的班有
6
五个
男孩子
和5个
女孩子。 他的班有5个男孩子和5个女孩子。
Wait, what?
他的班有5个男孩子和5个女孩子。
Okay, yeah, we're good. We're fine.
现在2点整。
现在2点整。Okay.
4点整我要到医院。
4点，wait, 4点。
4点。
4点我们，or
我
我要到
医院
医院整。
4点整我要到医院。
Just kidding.
4点整我要到医院。
我要到医院。Got to arrive at 4 or by 4. Okay. 2点，2点整。现在2点整。
现2点整。
虽然
他
虽然生病了。Where are you? 生病了。但是没有请假。
我们班一共有多少人？
我们班一共有多少人？English. Wait. How'd you get over there? Okay. All right. Back to our current units. All right.
这个句子是什么意思？
这个柱子是什么意思？我的猫昨天死了。Sad. Rip fictional cat. 我的猫昨天死了。
我想买一本中文词典。
我想买。呢？我想买中文。一本中文词典。Egyptian cat. Oh yeah, Egyptian cat. Yes.
词典。
我胖了10多公斤。
我胖了10多公斤。我胖了10多公斤。I gain more than 10 kilos. Monka. I have gained. You know what? I'm kind of curious if I need the helping verb. I don't think you need the helping verb. Boss.
我发烧，但是不咳嗽。
我发烧，但是不咳嗽。不咳嗽。
瘦。
瘦。 子 just got done disassembling everything. You didn't set anything on fire, right? And you didn't cut yourself, right? Did you make sure? Were you wearing gloves? Listen, Sub-Zero. If you're be manhandling that with all the micro shards everywhere, I swear. Honestly, did you wear a mask? No. It couldn't be that dusty, could it? How was the disassembly process? I can only answer simple questions. I'm reading this prompt, by the way. You went raw? Alright. Well, as long as you don't get like micro glass cuts and stuff. I feel like that happens quite a lot with plexi. Or like tempered glass, like shattered things. You get like little fine threads that cut into you. I guess your hand doesn't feel itchy, right? Have you ever handled fiberglass? I know you work with components. Have you ever handled fiberglass? I remember the first time I handled fiberglass. You know, you're supposed to wear gloves, and I was like trying to make a filter out of fiberglass, and boy, that was not wise. Your skin starts feeling itchy whenever you move because there's like really fine glass that's like in your skin. So like it's kind of like cutting you, but it's not cutting you in a way that it hurts. It's more like a stinging, like crinkling sensation from the fiberglass. It was only one time. It was like on my fingertip. I quickly realized that there was many shards of fiberglass in not good enough to cause a bleed, but enough to feel like an even tinier splinters, like lots of little mini splinters. Silly, going in raw after shattering the tempered glass. What the heck? Wild. One time you accidentally stretched my ear afterwards, and that can be pretty bad. Scratch your ears. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Scratch your ears. Yeah. 我只能 wrong tone. For me. 我只能回答 wrong tone again. 回答简单问题 简单的问题 Just 简单的问题 Definitely sounds annoying. I, not ear. Oh, did you say I? Oh. Yo. Yo, I thought ear, like maybe you like lodged some things down your ear canal or something. Like, but your eye? What's wrong with you, Sub-Zero? First you forgot to package your PC tower and then shatter your tempered glass everywhere. Now you're telling me one time you're like, hey, I have fiberglass and I like to rub my eyes with fiber. So no, I've done silly things like that. Don't you wear goggles? Don't you wear goggles when you're doing this? It's you know, when I was doing it, I had goggles on, right? Like in a lab, because of fiberglass, it could like fly off and stuff. So I was wearing goggles, so wouldn't have like instinctively go for my eyes. Safety probably should, but you don't have it lying around. Yeah, okay, fair enough. You're living on the wild side, Sub-Zero. You feel like contact lenses helps a tiny bit though. There was one time, hear me out here, Sub-Zero. This is a tiny story. Some people, you know, students, they don't like wearing things on their faces, right? So during class, a lot of times student would ask, well, if you're wearing glasses, like the goggles make the glasses, if they're wearing glasses, very cumbersome because the goggles might not be big enough to enclose the glasses. So lots of people, the glasses are excusable. If you're wearing like really large lenses, it can still protect the eyes. However, then those people who wear contacts would ask, well, isn't that the same if we had contact lenses? And I'm like, actually, the truth is it actually makes it worse because the goggles is supposed to protect, this is not like a fiberglass, but it's supposed to protect volatile chemicals from like sitting on your eyes and just like wobbling too, right? And splashes and stuff. So if you were wearing contacts, it would get a nice coating on your eyes and maybe even sequester some of that good old juice in your eyes. I'm kidding though, but that's kind of funny. I wonder what happens when fiberglass like makes contact with a contact lens. Someone should do a YouTube short about that. I can think of a few YouTubers that would see if you can see if a fiberglass like rod, you know, like a line, like a rod of fiberglass can go through a contact lens. I think that'd be kind of an interesting experiment. Like get some like some super macro camera and zoom in as a fiberglass piece coat. See if it can go through a contact lens. Obviously not when you're wearing it, but
show
show去 I almost forgot this one.
他还没有回家，我着急死了。
他还没有回家。回家。The first time. 他还没有回家。我脚趾死了。
他还没有回家，我着急死了。
脚趾死了。What word has not? Are we doing has not? Oh my gosh, has not. Has still has he still English. You can't smoke here. Sub-Zero. By that I mean don't set your don't set your power supply unit on fire. That type of smoking. You know?
你
你 can't. So what are we going with? 你不可以. Okay. I was gonna say not allowed to smoke here, but 你不可以抽烟。你不可以在这儿不可以你不可以在这儿抽烟。I'm considering just buying a new one. The power supply? Wait, did you momentarily consider that you want to try your power supply? Please do it in the garage. I know you don't have a garage, but hopefully you do it somewhere near not do something not flammable. What's the power supply you have anyway? Is it a nice one? I'll go traveling. Can you take care of my dog? I will go traveling.
我会
我会去游泳。游泳 not 游泳 I will go swimming. 我会去旅游。
旅游
我会去旅游。可以 可以你喂，你可以你可以照顾你可以照顾我的狗吗？你可以帮我你可以帮我照顾我的狗吗？我会去旅游你可以帮我你可以帮我照顾我的狗吗？You sent in this? Okay, let's see what you have. Why is there a big X? Oh, is that how you're marking like, oh, this is gone? A TX 750M? You can do better than that. That's kind of cutting it close. Nah, you can do better than that. And the rest of the parts aside from the GPU, I see. It's a pretty good... Yeah, that's a pretty good PC. I don't see what happened to it. Yeah, it even has a pretty decent Asus ROG Strix V39. Not even the... Pretty okay. The Kingston M.2 is like... It's okay. Wow. I'm not used to seeing Norwegian prices. Like Norwegian units. Oh, and you had a carbide? We were just talking about this. You had a Corsair carbide, I see. Wow, that was a nice... I mean, this was a nice PC. Now I'm just gonna blame you. What did you do to it? Ignore the Kingston. You brought the wrong one. It wasn't compatible, so I bought a new one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like... the only thing that sticks out to me is like, what the heck is that Kingston? It seems out of place. But what do you mean by... Wait. Why doesn't that... Actually, are you talking about the SSD? Why did that not work? Interesting. Your mem kit isn't on here, but I think your mem kit is a RIP. I don't see your RAM on this list. I'm sure it's pretty decent. Did you buy Corsair as well? It seems like the whole build is Corsair. Did you also buy Corsair Vengeance? Like 2 sticks of Corsair Vengeance or something? Is Corsair RAM? Wow. Are you sure you're not sponsored by Corsair? You know, I had a Corsair mouse. The sniper. Corsair M65 or something. It was part of their like Vengeance line as well. I liked it because it came in gray fatigue green. I was into that at some point. Pardon me.
我
生病。我今天生病。我今天生病了。我今天生病了。在家很忙。在家一个人在家很忙。
一个人在家很闷。
很闷。Sorry, wrong tone. 很闷。I went 2 instead of 4. Oh boy.
我想充值100块。
我想充值100块。
我觉得中文的语法不太难。
Those are always on sale. Yeah, Corsair RAM is always on sale. Corsair Vengeance. I have I don't think I've own Corsair kits. I have I have Neos, Tridents. So G-Skill Trident Neos. I think after G-Skill basically won my heart over for the value lead. Before that was Kingston, some Kingston HyperX's, but now I have some Neos, Neo Trident Z's, but that's been a while. I don't know who's in the RAM game anymore. I imagine the usual suspects are still in the RAM game.
我觉得中文的语法不太难。
我觉得中文的语法不太难。
我的电话要充电。
我们会在香港机场转机。
我们会在香港机场转机，right？ 转机，right？ 香港机场转机。
国际
闷和
E. That one I struggled with today. E. So it's mun. Oh, and then fun. So fun E. Fun E. Are you using the new things you bought? I am. Yes, all of them are installed. There's a picture of it, actually, except for I bought new things. So I also have a ring light that's twice the size of my head now. So yeah, it's in the general discussion. It's above where you linked it, probably. So my shelf solution, right? My shelf solution. It's kind of visible here. Wait, I gotta see how visible it is. Yeah, so there are... I assembled 9 cubicles? No. 12. Oh, these cubes. Stacked. Of course, I think everyone uses the thing they bought. Okay. Edith, I know you're going to dislike what I'm about to say, but let me show you something. It's not really that big of a thing, but... Oh, I shared about this a little bit earlier. There was a story about like investments and stuff, and typically I'm really good about these things. However, like so many people, occasionally I plan for projects and then other things come up. So in this tube, this is a very, it's a PD design, it's a PD tripod, right? And I got it on a great deal, of course, but these things are carbon fiber and they are very expensive. So, and I haven't used this yet. and I had this for it's Peak Designs carbon fiber tripod, and I was thinking of like recording something, right? And away from live streaming. So I think on discount this was like $450 something USD, something like that at the time, and it's been over a year, maybe 2 years now, and we still haven't opened it. Or I did open it to make sure that it's not damaged, so like I deployed it and then I put it back. Yeah. Okay, I have one last thing. This is less of an impressive thing, but it shows you that sometimes projects kind of don't happen. So I have this thing. Notice that it is still in its wrap. I had a dry eraser board. I was gonna do something with the dry eraser board as like a fun interactive thing, but that kind of fell by the way. I have like a marker set somewhere there. It doesn't happen that often. I just like sharing. I just like sharing how like even the most disciplined people. Yeah, this could have been a cheat sheet, you know. What I was gonna do now for language learning is I might put this up. I might not. Yeah, it's not expensive. It's like $10. This is just a dry eraser board, and then the markers are like $5 for a full set. Right. So I was gonna write in real time all the things that I need to remember that I had trouble, and I was gonna set it right here. So you can actually see in the background, right? And my bed is actually down there, so I actually sleep near the ground. That was the idea anyway. So, long story short though, the tripod was going to be an experiment. I was going to set up a room and a location for recording. And before language learning, I was going to go back to practicing and rusting out my violin and my guitars. So that was the idea. It was either language learning or the violin or the guitar. And I was going to set it up in a different room because I didn't want to be a noisy Nancy, right? So we were going to do that, and that involved investing in another $300 to $400 in a few recording devices and some sound treatment for the room in order to do recordings. But then those things will not be live. I can't do them live, right? Maybe at some point down the road, but that didn't happen. I have that tripod. It's still going to be useful at some point. All my new equipment, a lot of the newer equipment now, like this ring light and stuff, is supposed to be compatible with my tripod. So all the equipment still lines up with the tripod at some point. Just thought I'd share, because gotta make sure that we're human, right? I don't want to make it sound like I'm some calculated dude that never succumb to impulse buying, but I do impulse buy. Like if I sold that, it's likely to sell just as much as the day I bought it. Yeah, heck, your guitar was 600 and I had to stop because you didn't know it would hurt your hands. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You can use a skin tape. I'm not sure if you ever considered it. Maybe, yeah, you're 600. I have two guitars that actually 600 is quite a lot. I have two acoustics that total about, they're kind of like, and it really hurts my hands too. Like after a while my fingers start turning colors, but I haven't really leaned into it. You can buy skin tape. I like the stuff that you would see on athletics, where you would just buy tape. So that might help with your hand pressure. Yeah, it can be tough. The first couple of days when I was doing guitar work, I immediately start bruising, but after like maybe 4 or 5 months of waiting to recover, then doing it, you had like these thick pads on your fingers and stuff, but then they go away. Like my hand is like, I can feel now again. It happens so often. My violin was the same way. Like when you keep consistently playing, it's okay. and immediately, like a month later, all the skin sheds, and you have to go back to building the endurance again. At least for myself. I'm not sure how well your physical adaptation is. You took up piano later, and that was $800. I'll look into the tape though. It was an electric guitar. Yeah, I'm getting cheap masking tape. Like I remember when I used to like do martial arts and kicking and like bowling and stuff. You can get a lot of regular, really cheap athletic tape that can even out the pressure. They're quite nice, and it compresses so you don't like have grooves and divots. Like your skin kind of is a little bit bouncy, your flesh is kind of bouncy and curvy. So if you get like just regular boxing tape or something like that, they come cheap in like massive stuff. So if you don't mind the slight textural difference, you kind of get used to it pretty quick. And then for like thumbs and stuff, you can get a thumb pick. I kind of like thumb picks. It's not too bad. Or you can use a pick. I finger pick most of the time, as opposed to using like a strumming pick. So I use a thumb pick quite often. There's ways to get around it. You gotta use that guitar, man. I'm saying that, but I'm basically like not preaching, not doing what I preach, right? Because I have two guitars sitting there. I also have two guitars sitting there collecting some dust.
Show.
Oh,
Fun.
fun. So instead of instead of revealing all our dirty little secrets, we're just gonna blame Sub-Zero for this digression.
国内
And that he is the spendthrift, and spendthrifter, not us. It would be our little secret. No one will ever know. But it's gone well, Sub-Zero. So my eye fatigue has gone away. I had this ring light that is super tiny. Like it's about this size, right? So my head, using my head I have a normal size head, by the way. So it's about this size if I were to compare it to my head, right? And now the ring light that I have, it's about like 3 times the size of my head. Yeah, about 3 times the size of my head. And the reason why you might be thinking, oh, that's a lot of light. It's gradual light, so you can tune in. But because of the big diffusion pattern, I'm not staring at one solid beam of light. Like, it almost feels like beam of light for a while. So it's really nice. It's nice to it gets really bright. You guys want to see how bright it gets? I'm only gonna do this once. We bought a pretty nice light. I'm gonna blind myself here. Okay. Yep. No exposure. A nuclear explosion nearby, that's what happens when you're staring at an explosion and it's slowly expanding, it's coming towards you, and you're gone. Like, you're just gone. And here's another thing, right? We have light customization too. I like brown lights. I like brown tones, but you can change the color tone, right? This is what I feel most people use. And this is like the blue light that most people are used to. They like using blue lights. But the idea is it's bitoned, which is nice. So I can adjust the temperature. And that's something my old light only had 1 or 2 features, 1 or 2 presets. I made brown thing. The reason why is my skin tone doesn't work really well in blue lights. And also I don't want to stare at a blue light. The heck with blue lights. So it's been really nice. Been quite nice. The organizer, the shelf and these organizers made it so that I could reorganize everything. So now my room was more organized than it was before, which pretty good before already. And I have a standing desk. Everything's wired and I can stand on the desk. The thing is I have nothing to stand it for. So we're not going to stand it. I already set up the standing desk. So this thing can go up, but I don't have anything to do while standing up. It's quite nice. It's a very, very nice. And of course, the thing I'm adjusting to now to is the ultra. I no longer have 2 monitors, so you're not going to see me like look to the right or like turn my head a lot of times. So now I have a 34. I have a 34 ultra wide. It does take a lot to get used to though, because everything's on here and I have everything like staggered. So it takes a while to get used to. And the tablet is the most adjustment part, because the area of the tablet is forced to match the area of the screen. So imagine your sensitivity, imagine your mouse, right? And you accidentally hit the DPI setting and you accidentally hit it twice. Like you went from like 800 DPI to like 3200 DPI and you're trying to play that in like a competitive shooter. I don't know if this is a relatable example, but you go to like needing to really spin around really long with just moving it and you're like 360. So my writing has kind of needed some adjustment. It's like wide. It's a very wide going left and right. You know, first world problems, right? Anyways, there. Quick summary. So we got a new ring light, ultra wide monitor. For the record, it does replace my 2 monitors. One of my monitors had a dead backlight for like a year now. Actually, ever since I already told Sub-Zero that since he have met me, I've been reading chat with a dead backlight. Like one of my secondary monitor had a dead backlight. So I was reading chat on half the screen that had a light on it. So this replaces, I still gotta find a use case for my primary monitor though. The one that is sitting there waiting to be loved. Yeah. And what else? Yeah, it's kind of nice. Oh, I have new pajamas. I have new pajamas coming in, which you'll know when I have it because I usually stream in my pajamas. We bought some luxury pajamas. And that's it. That's my Black Friday haul for the time being. Pretty much all of quality of life stuff. The ring light because I have to stare at it 8+ hours a day. The screen because I use it nearly 14 hours a day. The shelf because if you don't have an organized life, I know how this sounds, but this is going to be hard to trust me. This is a trust me situation. Whatever your environment is, I know organized chaos is a thing. I lived in organized chaos for a while. However, there's something really magical if you get like simple shelf solutions, like cubicles, right? It's not it's like $2 a cubicle, right? And you sort away, even in an organized chaos way, right? The idea that you can sort and compartmentalize your stuff, right? When they don't have to like match in category. You don't have to like order in alphabetical order, but the idea that they can be sorted into boxes can be very cathartic for your space. So if your bedroom If your bedroom requires something very convenient, lining your room with very cheap cube storage can make it feel like a much bigger place. And it allows you to like, so even if you're just tossing junk into a box, you can toss chunks like, okay, this box is going to be the stuff that I don't care about. So you just toss it in there. That is still feels quite a bit of gratification. So I would highly suggest something, if your space feels like it's like in need of a change or feel like you want to do something with space, I think having cheap cube storage goes a long way. Yeah, it's a cube storage. So all of these things, these are panels. So they come to you like panels, and then they give you connectors, and then you assemble cubes. And you assemble them to as high as you want. They're not heavy duty panels. Like you're not gonna put in like heavy metals or weights and stuff. The idea is they're supposed to store stuff that you typically have in a room that's lightweight, like plushies and stuff. Yes. However, the panels that I got are plastic. They're like stretched plastic. They're stretched vinyl. So they're light. I like the combination of light vinyl. Yeah. Yeah, not so these are for storing like your plushies, your clothing, right? Your clothing, things that don't weigh a lot, like your car keys go in one thing, and then your peripherals go in one thing. You throw your mice and your controllers into one, and like your medication. I'm kidding. I have allergy medication here. Stuff like that. And you can put them along a wall anywhere, and it makes for a it can be very healthy. I think that this type of thing, if you have you can throw all your stuff in one corner, and each day, like I haven't finished reorganizing yet. So I basically took everything I had, shoved it into a corner, and here's the system, right? You don't have to do it all at once. I know there are a lot of people who like to do spring cleaning, right? You do it all in one day. You get tired, you get exhausted. Every day, I wake up. Sorry, okay, all right, I'll hydrate one second. So every day, you have a pile there that's on your way out to the room, right? For me, I walk by this pile. Every day, when I get up, I'm like, okay, I'm going to take 2 items from that pile, and I'm going to put them in one of these cubes. And it's been 5 days. So slowly, these cubes proliferate in an organized manner. I think that is my example of how I learn language, or language learning. It's not a hurry. You see the entire pile. Sometimes things take a while. So instead of looking at the entire pile and doing it all at once, you can encourage yourself to do it a little bit by a little bit. So these cubes are here, and they're slowly filling up because I'm slowly taking it and reorganizing the stuff, right? So it's kind of an idea for people. I haven't used something like this before, and it's kind of a way to go about cleaning up and organizing. I think a lot of times ambition can make things not be complete, like my tripod. So we're gonna go way back to the beginning of this digression now. The reason why I got that tripod was maybe my ambitions were a little bit bigger than I expected, so I kind of like jumped the gun. Usually that doesn't happen too often, but I get caught up in the wave too, right? And you can smile about it because, you know, things happen. Anyways, all right, let's get back. 国内翻
瘦
There you go. Extra side story. Side story.
和慢
慢 Whoops.
意
你知道有什么好的应用吗？
你知道什么？你知道什么好的应用吗？ Oh no. Duolingo is going to advertise itself. Get ready.
你
你 There's a plug in this unit. 你知道有什么好的应用吗？
应用吗？
So this is right saying, do you know of any good apps? Do you know if there are any good apps?
我能说流利的西班牙语。
Oh, they didn't go with it. I thought they were going to follow up with Duolingo is my favorite app. That's actually one of the prompts. 我能说流利的西班牙语。Okay. Peep DMs? Oh no, what you do? What the? Oh. Oh. Wait. How do you get the dupe? Did you only go with a warband of 3? Did you use the faceless on the carbo? Is that what you did, Coffers? Did you use the faceless manipulator on the carbo and then you got a full bore? What happened to your faceless? It's a good devour tech though. You probably devoured into the Ellie, didn't you? That's a really big Ellie. How'd you even manage that? You pepped on a random goal. Oh, okay. That must have been some low tier gameplay, man. They always do for me after finishing the lesson. Wait. I don't remember what I said before. I had the worst warband, but everyone else was worse. Have you got Super Duolingo? Super Duolingo learners are 4 point more likely to finish at courses. I always have Super right here, Jimmy. I always have Super. That's why I'm always 4.2 times more likely to finish my course. Yeah, the ad that shows up. Yeah, they always show up after. Yeah. Nope. Yeah, devoured the blue Ellie. Okay, to give it all to Carbo. Yeah, fair enough. My Super Duolingo is it's right here. Right here. Beating in my chest. Is there a bank around here? Actually, I was gonna point to my head, but no. Not sappy enough. Okay. 这里有没有银行吗？ Or 这里有没有银行？ No? Is there around here? Oh.
附近
附近
有没有
银行？
银行
Oh, you have to download the Duolingo app. See, there you go. Not the next one's coming. I see it.
你
你要 Sentence in advanced Duolingo Japanese. Always no go gaku something abroad, no, study abroad. Apuri wa nan desu ka? I don't know the character for biggest. I mean, outside of Takai or Taka. The only reason I know is probably the tallest is because of Chinese. So what's the read on this one? I'm joking. The Japanese reads as what's the best language learning app? Yeah, I know. What's the read on this character? And then we got right there. And then, oh, I can kind of see that. Language learning. Oh, that makes sense. It's like spelling, language, study, and apuri. Yeah, apuri is app. And what is it? Sai. Oh. And what is this? Psycho? That's psycho, right? Okay. Psycho no. Okay. Psycho no. Ego. Ego? Ego? Psycho no ego. Gaku. I don't know how the read works in that thing, but I get it. I get the meaning though. I get the meaning of what you're trying to say. Based on what the characters mean. I have no idea what the reads are. Except for like apuri wa nan desu ka? Psycho the best, yeah, the most, yeah, I know. I know what it is. I know what the meaning is. I don't know what the read is. Because this is zui. Zui in Chinese. Zui. I didn't get this in Japanese. But zui and zui gao, so the best. Zui tallest. As in the best. The highest of quality. So psycho makes sense. So zui is most. And gao is tallest. Or tall. And then when you combine zui and tall, it means the best. Or ichiban. Ichiban works too. In that case. Ichiban, I don't know. Apari no ichiban. Or ichiban no apari. Oh, I don't think you need to know there. I thought you were saying psycho. Oh, psycho. I joked about saying psycho when I encountered that before. I think it was in one of the units about describing how kind servers are. Funny false friends, isn't it? Okay, 你要下载你要下载多邻国的应用，你要
下载
多邻国的应用 wrong tone. I did 2-4 instead of 4-4. 应用请问我们 在哪里可以可以换钱？
请问
请问我们在哪里可以换钱？
换钱
What did I go with? 请问我们可以在哪里换钱 ？Okay. Yeah, Duolingo. Yeah, you can use all those versions of Ling. Yeah, the either Ling, and then the traditional. You also have other like variances as well. It's not as exciting in Japanese. It's in katakana. What someone yesterday already looked that up. Duolingo. It might be going up. Duolingo, probably. Which language is it? This is a stock question by pretty much language learners, man. I tell you. Or it's more like which language is the most difficult. Like, well, what was my answer to this? My stock answer to this is, the most difficult language is the language you're not willing to learn. That is my stock question, since I don't know my stock response, because I don't know the stranger, and then they didn't specify how they qualify difficulty. So the most conservative response I can have is the most difficult language is the one you choose not to learn. Obviously, if someone asks me what language is the most difficult among the languages you want to learn, then that's a different story. There's no real consensus in Japanese as to how to spell Duolingo. It's funny. Yeah. However, there's one way to consistently spell Duolingo is if Duolingo decides to call itself the trademark. So, however, I have yet to see it in the Japanese course when they spell Duolingo. But if there's anyone that requires a consensus, is the people who own the IP, right? You know, it's kind of like Nvidia and Asus. Actually, I'm still out. The jury is still out on Asus, actually. There's a 2 or 3 or guys, I know I'm gonna trigger a flame war. Or GIF. You heard me. I said it. I said GIF. You heard me. I'm kidding. GIF is peanut butter in the United States. I'm just saying. The jury is still out on GIF and GIF, but okay, all right. I'm done. I'm gonna stop trolling now. We gotta really finish our lesson. Which language grammar is the most? I say GI and F separately. Oh, GIF. I want to do that once. I'm gonna try to do that every once in a while. I want to know if I get some head turns. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. What am I doing? Which? How do I witch this?
Nan.
How do I witch this?
语言。什么
I guess 什么语言？什么语言的语法？语法。
语法
语法。最难。
难。
Okay. I was looking for the little word which, but that works too. どこは I'm kidding. 在哪里？柜台。柜台 so 转机柜台在哪里？
转机
wrong tongue. 转机柜台在哪里？在哪里？ Okay. Oh
你怎
no.
么翻译这个句子？
I'm 2 lessons away.
你
你
翻译
啊！你翻译是呢？
你怎么翻译这个句子？
你怎么翻译？
怎么？
你怎么翻译？你怎么翻译这个句子？wrong tongue 句子。
我们要几点退房？
我们要几点退房？退房。This is such an important question. There's no way you can avoid this question most of the time when you're traveling. What time do we need to check out?
我们不需要导游。
我们不需要导游。
我们
不需要导游。
我们可以在哪儿买电话卡？
我们可以在哪儿？在哪儿买电话卡？I'm kind of curious how much phone cards are available internationally these days. Like, is that still a thing? I remember getting a lot of phone cards because when you travel or you need to call international, phone cards were the thing.
我觉得我的翻译是对的。
我觉得
我的翻译是对的。
我的觉得翻译是对的。我的翻译是对的。
我觉得我的翻译是对的。
是对的。
导游。
你们有订房吗？
你们有订房吗？
你们
有订房吗？
房吗？
我没有国际漫游。
我没有国际漫游。That's where the phone cards come in.
多邻国说我的翻译是错的。
Oh, here's some shade.
多邻
国说我的翻译是错的。Duolingo said that my translation is incorrect or was wrong. What time do we need to check out? Right?
我们
几点要退房？
退房。
我要取消订房。
导游。你们你们要订房吗？
你们有订？
有订 not 要。你们有订 Oh, interesting. 有 as opposed to 要。你们有订房吗？
吗
What does someone who thinks a gift is his girlfriend have? A gift girlfriend. Alright. A gift girlfriend. Oh, I see what you did. I see what you did there. I forgot that I poured myself a a cup of fruit juice and I did not drink it at all. Where can we buy a phone card?
在哪儿？
我们
可以
我们可以买电话卡在哪儿 or
在哪儿？
I think this is the one that they prefer this.
电话卡
Yeah. Oh no, they didn't. They wanted the other way. Add anyone to the Super Duolingo family plan quote. Yeah.
多邻国
多邻国说我的翻译是错的错的。Okay. We got one more exercise. The final review. 句子
银行
我们可以在哪儿买电话卡？我们
可以在哪儿买电话卡？
国际
多邻国说我的翻译是错的。
多邻国说我的翻译是错的。
我的男朋友生病了，我想请假照顾他。
So many words.
他还没有回家，我着急死了。
Can I add Frank Abagnale to your... Oh, I see what you did there.
他还没有回家，我着急死了。
他还没有回家。
没回家。
着急死了。
急死了。
转机柜台在哪里？
转机柜台在哪里？在哪里？咳嗽。
安静。
Oops, not 静。安静。下载。星星。句子。
我今天生病了，一个人在家很闷。
我今天生病了，一个人在家很闷。 Okay. This is Zhang.
さ
Zhang. Oops. My Z's are pretty bad. Zhang. Zhang. Zhang.
太陽
熊猫。
熊猫，
熊猫. Gotta do the熊猫。熊猫。语法。
语法，
世界。
世界
我要。我的电话要充电充电太阳
太陽
熊猫邻居
鄰居
feels so natural in the language. It seems like the name Duolingo almost sounds Chinese. Duolingo. Yeah. Duolingo is really good. When I first read it, I was like, oh, that's Duolingo. I said Duolingo. It's pretty good. It's not as like others don't work as well, like 意大利, right? 意大利 西班牙 and they don't sound as great, but Duolingo just kind of works. Although Duolingo is okay. I think Duolingo is kind of okay in a lot of languages.
取消，
I'm kind of curious what all the other languages are. The translation of all the other languages. I'm sure they're in the lesson somewhere, right?
取消，
取消
下载
She likes to smoke after drinking alcohol. 她喜欢在 I think you're supposed to say the first thing, right?
喝酒
喝酒
后
喝酒后抽烟 Do you have any good apps? Do you? Do you know any good apps? Folks? 你知道有什么好 Wait 什么好应用吗 Okay. All right. That's a wrap for today. It was nice. Thanks for keeping me company, guys. Edith, Timmy, offers spamming me with Hearthstone stuff. And Sub-Zero. I don't know if Sub-Zero clocked out, but he's kind of a weirdo, you know. Just basically telling me the craziest stories about computer problems. Duolingo. Oh, hey, Korean looks pretty good too. Duolingo really hooting his own. Yeah, for this, that's for sure. Oh, which by the way, it's almost the end. We're gonna have to do post Duolingo stuff soon for the Chinese course, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 21 days. besides the maintenance. We're gonna do some Duolingo maintenance, obviously. But yeah, the Chinese course is like a third of the length of the Japanese course. All right, guys, I gotta need help out. I gotta head out. Thanks for hanging out. The earlier session, Japanese, we had a different set of peeps, and we talked about a lot of things too, especially about like habit formation and whatnot. This time, what do we do? What do we talked about? Duolingo. Yao. Interesting. Duolingo. I guess given Arabic is in Abjad. Oh, okay. All right. So what was the take-home message today? Here? Oh, yeah. Little by little, right? I think sometimes don't skimp out on things, on investing. If you can find opportunity to improve just a wee bit of some things. I know that whole proverbial conception of like money can't buy happiness, that kind of thing. But that's like a very, in my opinion, that's kind of a niche, a very specific situation, I'd say. But there are things that is definitely, if you have some expendable income, right? Some focusing on things that you use every single day and investing in things that you use every single day, it can make a world of difference, in my opinion. And I only purchase things like one for video games twice a year. The second time's coming up. And I purchase like major things, not things out of necessity or perishables. Like maybe once every 2 or 3 years. And the stuff that I replaced recently was 6 years ago. Actually, I never had a shelf. This is my first time using a storage shelf. Like, so you might be thinking, well, why is he so overzealous about cube storage? I didn't ever buy any form of storage at all. When I moved around like 6 or 7 times in my life so far, I use cardboard boxes. So like Amazon boxes and stuff, I take those, I repurpose them, organize them, and then they're all labeled and stuff. So I carry them and I take them out and then put them back in whenever I do. So the last like 4 or 5 places I moved, largely all the storage was the things that they were moved in. So now the observation I'm talking about is this is my first time. This is my first time buying a collapsible cube storage. And it's kind of nice. It feels like it's something that I could have used in a way, but now I can use it functionally in a way to demonstrate some things, right? You do that too? Yeah. I used to live out of a briefcase. I use a briefcase and boxes. So the moment I had to move, everything is ready to go. I just walk down and it all fits into a 4-door sedan, an American 4-door sedan. So they're kind of bigger, but like that's how we go. Now I've replaced the desk. So the desk that I got right here, I replaced it. That desk is still functional. It is the first desk I've ever purchased in my life. So that desk is older than a lot of people have been alive. It's 19 years old. So yeah, it's getting to its 2-decade anniversary, right? And my ring light, the reason why I replaced it is because it was fritzing. It was already like dying, and my like monitors are over 5 years old. So yeah, definitely this mic here, this AT2020, this mic that I have here is the first mic I've ever purchased. And this goes back 9 years, and it is in constant use. Constant use. It's a workhorse, right? So definitely worth investing, right? Anyways, I just thought I'd share some stuff. It was fun talking about purchases that have little to no use yet, so no values. But there are things, especially like cookware like cookware that encourages you to prep food for yourself, right? Make it easy. Like what I mean is some of the first cookwares that I got was a slow cooker, a rice cooker, lots of programmable things, or like a fermentation jar, or like lots of things where it helps you do the thing and encourages you to just set it up and let it go, right? For you, it's business expenses. Oh, well, yeah, sort of. I can see that. But generally speaking, business and life is a business expense, right? Sometimes. Or like people see life as a business expense. And I actually think, yeah, treat yourself well, right? Try to find things, good shoes, for example, proper shoes, splurge a little on shoes. Your routine. I right now, oh, okay, hear me out. I had to talk to someone and convince them, like a younger person, convince them that if they dislike brushing their teeth so much, have you considered an electronic toothbrush to, you know, like maximize that type of efficiency, like an electronic toothbrush, right? I know this sounds kind of like a luxury or a first world problem thing, but it does really enhance the quality of life of someone, right? Things like that. Discount stores are great, exactly. One last thing that I mentioned yesterday, a cost-effective or within your budget, a hot, cold space heater, like a space device. So something that can act as a fan and a local heating region. Because if you have trouble getting out of bed, and sometimes it deals with a temperature change, especially cold temperature change, having a device that you can get close nearby to heat the immediate space around you temporarily, so you can step out of the bed instead of like crawling into it for hours. That's great. And then if you need to go to bed and you just need that tiny spot heat regulation, that's how you get out of bed, right? Get yourself warmed up, get yourself going. It's really, really tough. I despised. I remember when I was a kid, like just getting out in the winter or anything below your preferred temperature can be very tough. And cheap, affordable, like as accessible as you can, like temporary space heaters, small region space heaters, go a long way to getting you out of the bed, getting you into a sleep quicker, right? And if it's helpful, you can pick up one that is very cheaply programmable, right? So you get that 30 minutes of temperature regulation, enough to get you to sleep, and then enough to get you up, right? These are the things that personally I use quite every day. You don't have to literally use them because there are good days and bad days, right? There are days that, oh, the temperature is just right, so you don't use these devices, but they're there and they can be there every day, which those are the purchases that I feel supersedes what video game you have, because video games, you can play a lot of free video games. I think you'll find something that's free to play that is sufficient, but your quality of life should not, in my opinion, should not take a back seat, right? I took up as much Japanese style bathing as possible back 3 years ago. Oh, I see. What do you think, Edith, before I head out? You think? All right, that was like the closing message. All right, so I like ending my streams. Sorry, your voice mic was saying that. Oh, no worries. Okay, so I wanted to close off with like a positive thinking message summary all the time, if not to anyone or to myself. Yeah, I'm heading out now, Churn. Hello again, Churn. Good luck. It's good in the summer as it makes me cooler the rest of the day. Yeah, I see. In winter, it does the opposite. Yeah, I can see how that works out to me. All right, guys. I'm gonna head out. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. And until next time, right? 下次见. A good one, guys. Stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.